All right, so trying trying something a little bit different here. Uh, in order to do this Kyosho build and hopefully to have a better live stream like I haven't been able to have recently. My dog's actually in the way, so I can't even get close to the camera. But I'm gonna build that Kyosho live today. Have no idea how long it's gonna take. I may have to get some tools and stuff like that. But what I'm doing is I just basically just broke open the bags and I figured I'd just see what it took. Like if you bought, see if I can get in the frame here. If you bought this kit, right? I don't even know. Is that even working in the back? Yeah, it shows me in the back. So if you bought this kit, could you build it like without tools? Because opening this, kit from before when I did that, what was it? What's in the box kind of thing? Um, it does actually come with tools. So I don't know if anything's needed. I got the instructions. Everything's all laid out on the table. And I figured I'd just start doing the build. Today it's supposed to be a pretty bad day. So the weather that I think the southern central part of the United States, moving on up to the East Coast where I am, they got hit with some pretty bad weather, I guess, for the past couple of days. And now that weather is actually supposed to come here today. So I have no idea what's going to happen with the stream. They literally were talking about prepare for power outages. And where I live, while the past couple of years, the power companies and the towns, surrounding towns, have done a good job, keeping lines, free of trees and stuff. I live in kind of like a wooded area. So while there may be no power lines on my street, obviously everything that's fed to my street is all, telephone poles. So who knows what's going to happen? I don't know if the stream is going to dump out. You should see here. I'm actually going to take this off to show you, just so you can see like what this setup is that I'm doing today. So here's my camera device on an extension rod onto my tripod. I've got a table there holding the wire just in case the dog comes over here. It actually looks kind of stuttery. I've got a 6-way going through the strap with my iPad right there and a charger going to this thing because I have no idea how this is going to work. Yeah, you got hit pretty hard. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing. Granted, I don't know, other than what you see on the news, and who knows what fake news is throwing out there. Sergeant J, what's going on, guy? Wow, the stream looks horrible. From what I'm seeing, that's bad. That looks like junk. A bit of an audio jitter? That's insane. I am literally right next to my router, too. My route. All right, so I'll swing this. See, I gotta move it slow because it's on that like tripod thing, and it's got like this slow ball mount or whatever it is. So I'll swing this over here. My router is right there. So why is the video so garbage? Because this ain't gonna work. If it's garbage. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. Maybe this won't work. I'm going to try it anyway. But here we go. This is what I have as far as the layout on the table for this kit build. I'll try to keep like things in frame. And being obviously on this like adjustable tripod thing, video looks. But what about the audio? Is the audio junk? You know what I mean? That's obviously because I can't hear the audio because it will cause a nasty feedback. But what's cool is I can actually take this tripod, right? And I can put it over like this, and then I can shoot it right over the table to do like a top-down type of deal if people wanted to see that type of view. You know what I'm saying? Again, I'm just trying this. This is something that I haven't tried before, and I figured I might as well give it a shot, right? Audio, video is fine, just a bit laggy. Yeah, it just stinks, man. Chef, what's going on, guy? You can see I'm representing for my buddy right there, Joe Daddy's Garage. If you haven't checked out his channel, definitely go check out his channel. It's worth a shot looking at what this guy puts out. I've got my big TV on. I wonder if that's what's killing the internet. So the only thing that I brought to the table that was an additional tool was just my caliper, because I don't know what the instruction booklet is gonna. I gotta set up my thing here. This is supposed to be COVID and coffee, but unfortunately I've already had my 3 cups of coffee, so I'm having this thing that my wife made me. So I'm gonna, how do I refresh this? Oh no. See, I still don't know how to use this iPad. I hate this iPad. Operator error here. It's like it's stuck. Swipe up. All right, swipe up and it's gone. My videos. There we go. Look at that. Oops. Got the volume going here. There we go. So I'm trying to figure out like what I said, because the camera's here and I want people to be able to see this build. So I'm trying to figure out, good camera angles and all that stuff while trying to maintain a good visual and all that stuff. So we're just going to go with it. All right. So like I said, the only thing that I brought to the table as far as a tool, and I may have to bring more, I have no idea. Actually, I should probably get a knife to open up these bags. But I just brought my digital caliper only because I know I'm probably going to have to measure different screws as far as what screw to use for what, unless this manual actually gives, I know years ago, manuals used to actually give you the actual size screw. You could take the screw and you could match it up on the actual instructions. Now it has been, and this is what's nuts, the last time I did a kit build was back in I think it was late 80s was the last time I did a kit build, because they made it so easy by giving you kind of ready to runs. I know my RC10 was a kit build. I know the first RC10 that I bought, that was, and I'm trying to I'll try to swing it over so I can actually talk. I'm trying to keep things fluid, you know what I'm saying? So that last kit build, or whatever, one of the kit builds I did, my first RC10 was already built. It just needed a transmission, came with the original tires, all that stuff. He blew out the transmission or whatever. I had the full bearing kit and all that stuff. And then I bought my own RC10 kit build, which was the gold pan edition. And I bought a Kyosho Ultima. And for the life of me, I can't remember whether if the Ultima was a kit. I want to say it was, but going back that far in my mind, it just doesn't work anymore. So I just figured I just wanted to get a kit again, with all this COVID stuff happening. I don't know if you can hear that, but when you look outside right now, wind is whipping. I've got trees that I can see right outside my windows right there, and then they're just going like this. So I don't know. Let's just get on this kit build. Enough of my talking here. And it's going to also take me a little bit to figure out, because of the lag, you know what I mean? It's going to take me a little bit to make sure that things are in frame. Let's see. I'm also gonna try to do the whole comment thing here too. So see who's here. Earl Moorhead, first one. Wow, guy. Is that bacon? Earl, are you having bacon? Dylan Davis is here. Riff Raff, what's going on, guy? RC Playground. Jerry VRC, I've never seen you before. What's going on, man? Oh, you had the storm last night in Kentucky? It was bad, right? Hit pretty hard by that. Yeah, maybe I should just read your sentence. Chris Wong is here. What's going on, guys? Sergeant J, I think I knew that you were here. Let's see. 5T Badger, what's going on, guy? Demo RC. We got Redbone 99. What's going on, man? What else? I think that's it. Other than Chef. Chef is here. I believe that's probably about it. Or I thought that said, I'm learning African Americans are having a real hard time with COVID-19. Be safe out there. That's rough, man. Did my Habao Hyper H2 Pro kit a few days ago. That's awesome. That is awesome. That must have been nice. RC10 GT2. 70-mile-per-hour winds today. Oh, man. We're going to be getting your weather probably, I don't know, what? By noontime, I think? Or maybe later than that? Life of Coach. What's going on, guy? Remotely from work and home? So technically, you are an essential worker. 14. Look at Gus's custom creations. He had 14 inches of snow last night. Oh, I feel bad for him. Oh, no. All right. Well, I'm going to go get a knife because that's one of the things that I didn't grab. Hey, chef, do you think I should open it with this knife? I don't even know if this is sharp. And I don't want to cut the table either. This probably won't even work. Oh, whoa. This knife is way sharper than I thought it was. Holy crap. Oh my God, wow. This knife is definitely sharp. I don't even know. I'm assuming I must have sharpened this because I usually sharpen the knives, but that actually went through a little bit faster than I thought it would. I think that goes through faster than the knife that I usually use. The RC chef should just leave this on the table. This is one of the tools that we're going to use to build this kit. We'll leave this on the table just for chef right here, just as a display, so he can be reminded that he's going back to work tomorrow. He's probably going to hate me now. Dude, you better get that knife out of there. When I'm not at work, I don't want to see any knives. All right, so in this pack, let's see what we got here. So I figured out what this stuff was. At first, I thought it was like some kind of like light stickers or something, but upon further inspection, I realized what this was. This is literally, these are actually the stickers for the wheels. So if you wanted to have that blacked out in the center, which I'm not going to do, that's why they give you these stickers right here, is for obviously blacking out that center of the wheel, which is not going to happen. So we're not going to do those. We have no use for those. Comes with some nice chrome stickers, which, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the chrome stickers are for. Looks like that might be for like a roof panel or something. Maybe it has like a chrome roof panel, and I don't see why it would have mirrors, but that looks like it's, I don't know. Looks like mirror stickers or something. What do we have here? So these must be the window cutouts, I'm assuming, to be able to block off the windows when we paint. And then this is where it gets cool. So this is where you get a lot of just nice, I guess older stickers. You know what I mean? Like the Championship Off-Road, Kyosho, just a ton of just nice looking stuff on there. Obviously fake window films or window nets on both sides. Looks like we got some kind of like carbon fiber look sticker right there. That looks like a window hatch. Probably, it's either maybe a rear window or maybe it's like maybe it's a sunroof. Maybe this thing comes with a sunroof. I don't know. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we can use out of there, if I do. And then the all-important instruction manual from Kyosho. And obviously you can see this is the Kyosho Tomahawk. This is going to be a very cheesy build. Meaning I'm going to be cheesy building it. Put the stickers in there nice. I haven't decided on a color to paint the body at all. I was kind of almost thinking because of Earl's EPX build that he did, because this is a retro car. I know they have that Kyosho, like what, red or orange, that was a typical Kyosho color, like I think it was what, white and red. So I know they've got that. I don't think I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, all right, so that's where that chrome sticker goes right there, it looks like. Looks like that chrome sticker goes right there, and maybe a sunroof. I don't even know. Yeah, so, but I don't know. I think I might want to go with a very heavy metal flake on this. I think maybe it would look good. Maybe I'll do like a couple of test colors, not, obviously not on a Lexan body, but do a couple of test colors on some plastic that I've got. And then obviously, you look at it from the other side and see what it looks like. And then see what it looks like, in the sun or whatever. But the body's cut out really nice. Probably, from what I'm seeing, zero trimming to do whatsoever on this body. So that is probably a plus right there. Even the holes for the body pins are cut out. So I'm assuming center body pin right there and a center body pin for the rear, I believe. So those are all cut out. It's got this little thing on the back here, which I'm not sure what that is. What the heck is that? Oh, fake exhaust pipes, it looks like. So it looks like it has like fake exhaust pipes. One of the things I was wondering, is this instruction manual going to be in English? Oh my God. We'll leave this knife right here for Chef. What's up, Chef? A hatchet? What the heck is that for? That was for opening up the bag, Earl. Oh no, who said that? Was that Earl? Yeah. 50-mile-per-hour winds for Mach G? Damn. Hope the power stays on. I hope the power stays on here too. I got a generator, but nah, that's all right. If power goes out, power goes out. It shouldn't be out for long. Our electric company is pretty damn quick on restoring power, which is great. RC Playground, crazy. I'm from France and it's pretty windy here too. It's an all-over wind. 1980 flake style. I'm down with the, yeah. But what color though? You know what I mean? You know what I want to do? What was it? Was it called Corvette Summer? Where obviously they had, the crazy Corvettes. And I think, was it one of the Corvettes like a crazy heavy metal flake, like reddish orange or something like that? For some reason, that kind of like, it probably can't be replicated. If I did, it would obviously be a custom paint that, I'd probably have to mix up, and I'm not really interested in that. So, and the other thing I thought too was, how they have that stuff called hypercolor? I don't know if any they have any Lexan body paint that's that hypercolor stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. See, this is gonna take forever lining this stuff up. All right, we'll bring that down like that. Bring that up. Sorry for the lag, because I'm like basing it on this right here because I can't see nothing. I think that ought to do it like right there, right? You got the Joe Daddy's hat right there. Don't forget to check out his channel. He's a good guy. Definitely worth a look. All right, we'll get this knife out of the way so I'm not torturing Chef here. So Kyosho Tomahawk, it's a vehicle that I think I remember when I was really young. And when I saw that this was something that was available to buy, I was just like, perfect. Retro, nostalgia. I think the only thing that I would like to see is a wing, which I don't think this thing has a wing. Yeah, it doesn't look like it has a wing, does it? So who knows? Maybe we'll figure out something for a wing. Just because I do like, you know, that wing style on that back. And it looks like it's got a nice pocket here for having a wing. So open up page 1. So page 1 looks like it shows you in language that I cannot read. Possible tools that you're going to need, it looks like. Needle nose pliers. I don't know why you're going to need body scissors because everything seems like it's cut out well. Wire cutters, no idea. Hobby knife, I have no idea. So I don't see any reason why I'm going to need any of these things for now, other than maybe these needle nose pliers I might need. This looks like it's possibly supplied tools because in this little bag right here, here's your wrench that they give you. And it looks like they're also giving you a Kyosho wrench somewhere, which I don't know where that is. Oh, here we go. So in here, no, that's not it. That's the guy. Oh, here we go. So in this little bag right here, it looks like they're giving you, pretty sure that's a servo spring. But inside this bag, I need my knife. See, I knew I needed this knife here. So I'm just going to literally like, it's like, wow, this knife is so sharp. Oh my God. So you get your little tiny Kyosho. Oh, that's actually a cool looking wrench right there. Kyosho wrench. Couple of Allen wrenches, which we'll take out of here. Like I said, servo spring, I think. Other than that, I'm not sure what else is in that bag. Gonna need to carefully open up this bag. Get our little wrench out of there. Just some aluminum pieces. Again, not sure what any of this stuff goes to. I do know what some of the parts are, but just because of obviousness. But, all right. So obviously it tells you you're going to need some type of electronics. You're going to need a radio. You're going to need a motor, an ESC. You're going to need a battery and a charger. Yeah, whatever. Receiver, ESC, servo. So I technically don't really have any of these, and to build this kit, I'm actually not going to need anything yet because everybody knows all this stuff can be installed after the fact. But we'll keep these tools kind of like to the side right here. I'll get this knife out of Chef's eyes. Page 1 looks like it's just talking about. Oh, wait a minute. What are we talking about here? Well, it looks like they have some kind of a. You know what? So they do have the screw guide. So it doesn't look like I will need it. Maybe. But it looks like it's kind of almost giving you a screw guide here. But I think it's, yeah, so before assembling, please read and follow carefully. We're not gonna do that. We're just gonna basically just do it as it goes. Maybe this is the that screw thing that I was talking about. E-clips. Doesn't look like any. Oh, there's a nut lock right there. So regular nuts, set screws, cap screws right here, button screws, flathead tapered. So maybe it does. Bearings. That was something that I liked about this kit, was the fact that it actually did come with bearings. So this was I had noticed when I had opened it up, it actually did come with bearings, which was nice. So, what do we got here? Guess it looks like it's showing you the front of the bearing. Oh no, that's a tire. Oh, it's showing you the tires. More stuff, washers and whatnot, clips and spring shocks. You know, everything that's in this kit. It looks like it's giving you a breakdown of literally every single little widget piece that's part of this kit, which is nice. Front arm shaft, which I think I saw that somewhere. Boy, I hope the light is going to be bright enough for my eyes to be able to see this. So this is not too bad. It is point blank showing you every single part of this kit. Showing you all your metal parts, all your plastic parts, which, of course, there's the wheels being plastic. So maybe I can, like, move this over a little bit better. Get you in here. Maybe to see this better. Because I don't know if you're able to see this. So that kind of looks better, right? Like that. And it gives you your, your trees. They used to call these the what do they call these? Christmas trees, where they would have, plastic parts basically just, in a mold and everything, just break pieces off and cut pieces and rod ends and shock things. So the only thing that I don't think I particularly cared for in this kit was possibly the shocks, because this is that old style non-threaded body shock. So depending upon how this kit goes, this may be something that I switch out eventually if I can find something that will fit. And obviously they're not oil filled yet. They give you a bottle of oil. I think they give you oil, diff fluid, and some kind of other stuff, which I don't know what the other stuff is. But they give you 3 bottles of liquid. 3 bottles of liquid. Very, very detailed instructions. Again, like I said, not looking at an instruction booklet for years. This is kind of new to me in a way. So here we go. Step 1 talks about opening up bag A. So it looks like we need, for this step, we're going to need to open bag A and the plastic bag. So in order to do, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 steps. 4 steps will consist of bag A, which was this. I wish I never opened that bag now, because I don't think that was the only thing that was in this bag. I'm guessing because of the size of the bag, there's probably other stuff in here. So we obviously need our frame rails, which is what these pieces are right here. So get our frame rails. It looks like we need, this was probably in that bag A, I'm assuming, along with this, which is servo stuff. So you can see these pieces in here. Basically just matching up, parts for parts. You can see obviously that piece is there. That piece is there. That rod right there. We'll put this away for now. Get rid of the bags. Let's see. So just kind of put these pieces, I guess, I don't know, maybe this way. Kind of give you an idea. Try to keep things in frame. Do you know what I mean? So these are the old way that they used to do your shock towers, which is, it's kind of funny because there's no support going between each shock tower, and it's not even in the frame. Nice going, guy. We'll try it like that. So obviously these parts are going here. This looks like a front brace, maybe. I don't know. It's got tapers on it. Oh, this is part of the, looks like this is part of the servo. This has something to do with the servo here. So we'll set that aside. We're going to need a screw bag which, sad to say, I don't know what screw bag came out of what, so that's what happens when you do what's in the box and you just don't pay attention. So it looks like it's going to need an M2 cap screw by 8 millimeters and then 16 millimeters, which may be in this bag right here. Kind of looks like it kind of looks like the stuff right there. Those look like M2s, don't they? I'm gonna get a tray so I can put, you know, screws and stuff in the tray. So we use these dishes. Then we'll obviously use the chef knife to open that thing right there. Put out some screws. And then there's nuts in this one with a big E-clip. So I don't know. Again, this build is probably going to take all day, so feel free to leave. We'll put our tools over here. All right. Servo stuff. So in this plastic bag here, looks like we're going to need to grab some servo stuff out of here. I hope that's what's in there. Spare parts. I even got a spare parts bag. Spare parts bag. Looks like it's got a pinion gear. That better not be a spur gear. If that's a spur gear, that thing is tiny. It's like a couple of extra screws, nuts, some body clips in the spare parts bag. So it kind of looks like this might be some of the stuff we need right here. I don't think we're going to need any of this yet. Put that aside. Looks like this is roll cage or roll bar stuff. Maybe ESC tray or something. I don't know. Nothing's labeled. Just going to have to figure it out. And obviously this is the guy, so we're not going to need that. It looks like it's the guy and the lights, so we don't need that. We definitely need this. Not sure. Looks like these are just accessory pieces. Ah, it does have mirrors. So that is what those chrome stickers are for. This thing actually does have mirrors. No idea what that piece is. Maybe for a switch? Something? But these are like the exhaust pipes, I think. But let's see. Does it say like what plastic parts we need? No, it doesn't. It does look like we're gonna be opening up this bag. Didn't say anything about parts bag D yet, but I can't remember. I'm hoping I kept things kind of together. All right. Again, like I said, feel free to just take off because you're just gonna watch me bumble through this thing. So they want me to build obviously this piece first. Gotta make sure we get our correct screws, which I'm assuming are these bad boys right here. These long ones. And it looks like probably these short guys right here. A couple of those. I think. Right? Yeah. One, and one. And then Looks like for the shock, technically these are the shock standoffs. So yeah, it looks like I did all right. Yeah, because there's the ball ends. Looks like a extra screw, but it's not extra. The only thing I don't see is I don't see the ball end. So I might have messed something up, and hopefully I didn't lose that. Maybe it's in this bag. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Here we go. It looks like we need to open potentially this bag right here. So we'll get our small knife out. Just blast that open. We'll leave that right there for now. All right. So first things first, looks like lining up these pieces. And obviously with the way these are cut out, you do have a softer side or a more rolled side, probably from the punch that punches these pieces out. So kind of doesn't make a difference because they're the same exact piece. So that's where my OCD happens right away. So that hard side I would want inboard, and the soft side I would want outboard. So this is going to be screwing with me already. It doesn't take much to mess with me, man. I'm telling you. It looks like some kind of a metal. Is it a metal brace? See that piece right there? I don't know where that piece is. Is that plastic? I don't even know. It looks pretty special, whatever it is. It said everything was supposed to be in this bag. I probably already screwed it up. It's none of these pieces. You do need that, which that's why apparently I need the snips to chop off these pieces right here. Chef is probably wigging out right now. Dude, you're not supposed to use a big knife on anything other than meat. That's a meat knife. It's like, my fingers are meat, guy. My fingers are meat. What else here? Nothing else. We'll put that away. I don't know what those pieces are. Oh, there we go. Right in here. So right inside this little thing that I thought was like all chassis, those little plastic pieces are right in here. See those funky little curved pieces? I have no idea what that is, other than maybe it's a spacer. So you got those pieces. And it's very particular how they're showing you how they want this done. So I'm gonna get my X-Acto knife and my cutters so that I can nip off these little plastic pieces that I think are not supposed to be there. Yeah, because that little pointed piece is actually supposed to be there, but this piece at the end is not supposed to be. So I'll be right back. So that's my X-Acto knife kit right here that I've had for years. And like I was saying, every project that I do, I'm going to use these Harbor Freight little tools, so I figured I might as well bring them up just in case we need them. I don't know if I'm going to need them or not, but maybe to nip off. Like these little and this is that. I'll show you what's inside of here. I've had this. I think I've had this case probably since I used to build planes, because this actually has a planer in it. It has a little mini planer in it, which I used to use, because obviously you can tell, like, this is for cutting your balsa. Obviously, you know, you've got your larger handled knife blade to take most of these larger style blades. I don't remember what was here. You got your tweezers. Wish I could remember what was here. I don't even know. I have no idea what was there. Maybe it was like a smaller one of these, but to take these larger blades, maybe. But you got your little X-Acto. I don't think we're going to need anything from this now, but this is my old kit. And that's, I think, back into the, that's probably in the, I think I want to say the mid 80s was probably when I had that kit. So on these plastic pieces, there's definitely that one little nub piece that's supposed to stay, and then you know that that plastic piece on that end has got to go. So I'll just do it like that. Same thing like that. Now that's gone. Both ends look mint. There is no left or right. It looks like they just want you to make sure that you're pointing that little arrow piece forward, I guess. And it's a spacer that goes on the outside. So it looks like we're going to take this little screw here, put it through the shock tower. Like I said, I'm building this like using the tools that I guess came with it. See if I could do it and not lose my mind. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Mind is being lost already. I should probably use thread lock on this though, shouldn't I? Ah, crap. All right, well, it's not saying use thread lock, but I'm going to go and get them some thread lock. I'll be back. All right, it didn't say anything about having a paper towel, but I think that might be a good idea. This isn't like a tablecloth. That's why it looks all nasty. This is one of my drop cloths that I use for when I do stuff. I even use it to cover any vehicles that maybe if I'm spraying nearby or whatever. If I'm spraying some paint, I've got a whole bunch of just sheets that I put all over the place so that I'm not wrecking anything. So we'll thread lock this here. Venom guy, what's going on? Oh no, I got toilet paper. You want me to get you some? Do you want me to use toilet paper on this guy? I could do that for you. Just blatantly throwing away toilet paper. Just start using toilet paper literally for everything. Earl will be flipping out. Oh my god. I haven't done a kit forever. I probably should have threw it through this thing first. No, here we go. We're failing already. Man, I don't remember things being so small like this. Or maybe I just don't remember. I just don't remember kits in general. All right, so we got that. Then this longer one. I assume it's not threaded. Oops, maybe it is. I don't think it's, yeah, so that hole's not threaded because that goes into this rod right here. So I'm going to put a little thread lock right inside the hole here. Just like that. And then attempt, use the word very lightly, attempt to screw this in. There we go. Look at that, huh? Isn't this the best thing you've ever seen on this channel? A kit build? Give it a nice tighten. Same thing on this one. Remember, don't use Arnold Schwarzenegger strength for this because these are like tiny threads and aluminum pieces. So look at that. We got one frame rail. We got one frame rail built. Now we got to do the same thing to the other side here. So I'll get this out of the way for now. Put this way. We know this piece is going like that. We need the smaller screw first. And what I will do is I'll put it through first like I'm supposed to. That way the thread lock kind of stays on the threads. And then thread lock it. Just like that. Then we'll install it. I think my eyes were probably better years ago too. Doing stuff like this. And maybe that's also the issue too, is that, obviously over time, your hearing goes, your eyes go. Just do that light. Get the next cap screw. Put that through the hole. That's a push through all the way. I'm going to put thread lock in that hole right there. Just like that. And then trying to screw that down. All right. So there we go. Check it out. Frame rails. It's already coming along. Now I can check comments because you can see the comments whipping by. Sorry. I'm not paying attention. Sorry about that. We had smaller, right? We had smaller hands and fingers back in the 80s and 90s. Toilet paper is like gold bars. Dude, I got all the toilet paper you want. You want to start doing some trading here? Yeah, Earl. See, Earl just uses $100 bills anyways. Don't anybody get confused. Earl has rolls of $100 bills that he uses in his toilet. Lane, what's going on? Kit time, I know, guy. I'm probably missing comments. I'm sorry. What the heck? Lane's talking about plowing snow? Oh yeah, that Fox UDR that Earl did. Yeah, that thing is awesome. Doing well, guy. Not on lockdown per se. I've got about 15, what is it, hectares of woodland. What is 15 hectares of woodland behind me? You mean acres? You got 15 hectares. All right. So I think we're good with step number one. So step number one, we can now cross off board here. We still got some extra screws here. Did I forget to put some? Yeah, I did. So we're not done. So I'm supposed to be putting this in here. Putting that in there. And then I think I need to find, I'm thinking I might need the stuff that's in this bag. So we'll just dump that out for now. I hope that's what I needed. There is another bag that's got stuff in it. Which this actually might be the bag that I was supposed to open. I don't know. Maybe not. All right. So we're finally going to be able to use the amazing Kyosho cross wrench here, which it actually is numbered. Not that I can really see it that well, but you can see 5.55. What does that say? 4, and then 7. So yeah, not too bad. So it looks like we need these little tiny things here. Hector's is a famous team. Oh. Yeah, we don't understand that kind of language. So again, it doesn't say anything about thread lock, but I am going to put a dab on there and run the screw or the nut on there. Which, is that the right one? I think it's tiny. If that might not be the right one. Man, that is tiny. Whoops, gone forever. Is that the right one? My fingers can't operate these screws here. Holy smokes. This is why people, oh, almost gone. This is why people buy RTRs. So you don't have to deal with this. All right, this can't be the right screw. I mean, this can't be the right nut. Let's try the bigger one. Ah, that's more like it. All right. Nice. Get a little Allen wrench on there. Tighten that up. Not sure how long this Allen wrench is going to last for. I hope it lasts throughout the whole build, but I don't know if it will or not. Looks like that's the next one I need. Again, like I said, you can hear that. I don't know if you can hear that rain, man, but it's pelting the window or the door behind me. Put that little screw on there. I think I way over thread locked that one. And then, dude, I can't see. There we go. Nice. There we go. So now I think we're done with step one. All right. I don't see any extra anythings. So those ball things are in here. Well, one of them is. So those. So now what we're doing is we're going to build the actual, we're going to build the servo saver now. So we could take this and we'll set this aside. I'll wipe off the thread lock so that it looks nice. So don't leave any residual stuff on there that's not really necessary. Yeah, I think that's good, right? Set that aside there. Now we need this piece here. We need, obviously, that. Says we're going to need this. These pieces here. It's like an extra screw. Oh, no, it's not. We're going to need that, I think. This. That's that little ball. That's that little ball end there. Definitely going to need these stinking micro screws. I mean, micro nuts for those. And also these ones. Looks like they're adjustable. So it's 4 of those. Looks like all 4 of those go for that. Is this plastic? This can't be plastic. This is metal, right? Yeah, it's metal. And yeah, it looks like that's it. So it looks like this is all we need to build the servo saver portion of that. So we got just nipping off, like, you know, the plastic pieces that don't belong. So that it has, you know, a nice clean look. Probably could file it, but I'm not going to take it that far. I'm not interested in filing stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I think just nipping off that stuff is good enough. So they want you to grab this piece right here. And for now, they're asking you to put it through the second to closest hole to the actual center shaft for that servo thing there. For now, I'm not going to use Loctite just because I don't know what exactly I'm going to need for steering. Although maybe I should. What do you think? Should I use Loctite? As I'm asking, I'm just going to put it on. Yeah, what do you think? I should use Loctite or what? Bam. It's done. Loctite. Get that little thing there. Little Allen wrench. Use this tool here, I think. Nice. Okay, so that's all set. Wipe off any extra. I'm like narrating this. I probably shouldn't be talking. I should just be building. But then it doesn't make any sense. All right. Loctite on this, I don't know. I don't know if I should or not. Maybe I'll just put a little bit on there. Boom. Just drizzle it. They want you to throw a nut on first, which is, these things are so damn tiny. I'm going to run it all the way up to the top for now. And then they want you to install it this way. And I'm going to run, or put a dab of Loctite again, right there. And then run the nut up to it, like that. Tell you to use this thing, which is a 5. And then, I think that. Then just give it a crank. There we go. That's all set. Same thing. Do a stripe of Loctite, like that. Put the nut on. I don't know if I should be talking throughout this whole thing. Somewhat I feel like I should, but then you could just mute it. How's that? If you don't want to hear me talk. Yeah, that's a theory right there. You don't want to hear me talk, just mute it. That works. But then if I say something epic, you're going to miss it. All right. I'm good looking, all right. The wind is definitely whipping out there. This is point blank why people buy RTRs. I just gotta laugh. This is why I buy RTRs, I guess. Not why people do. So you can just rip it. You can just rip it and then fix whatever's broken, because most of the people that are doing this stuff, you already know how to fix everything anyway. So the only reason why you'd buy a kit, I guess, is if you were hella bored like I am right now. I don't want to keep that flat. I want that to kind of be messed with. I'll see. I don't know how long that will last for. So it looks like this is built now. So we've got this section of the servo saver built. Oh, look at that. So now I understand. They want, looking at this picture here. So looking at this picture, which I should have paid attention to, they want it to be flush down the bottom. So there must be a clearance reason why they want that like that. So let's do what they were saying. And I'm going to do like what they just suggested, because it must have something to do with clearance. I have no idea what happened. Somehow the live dumped out, and I didn't even notice. But we're back. I don't know what happened. Back, right? Yeah, we're back. All right, I don't know what happened. I don't even know where it died. Maybe I should pay attention to this thing. Like watching a video down on YouTube. It is, isn't it? I probably should have paid attention, huh?
It's working when I walked over to you.
Yeah, it looks like it's working again. I don't know what happened. So I don't even know where we were. So anyways, we've got pots. We're building this, which is eventually going to go on that. So I don't know where the stream stopped, so I don't know. I don't say. All right, so now, very easy. Looks like we're just going to install the barrel, the spring onto the barrel, install that plastic lower half of the servo saver on top of the servo saver horn with the E-clip. Boy, this is going to be tough. So, spring. Should I be oiling this stuff? Nah, I suppose I can wait. Install that into there. That's a tight spring. Install this onto here, which, doing it by the picture, looks like they want it this way. Now you're going to push that all the way forward or all the way through, and then install the E-clip. Yeah, that's going to be fun. How the heck do you do that? This is why. This is why you don't do kits anymore. RC guy, this is why you don't do kits, guy. Because your fingers just don't operate like they used to. All right, we'll get this. Oh my God. Get on there. Hey, look at that. I think it's in. I think it's in. Kind of looks like it's there. Push it down for good measure and give it a little touch in there. Looks like it's on there. Cool. So there we go. Servo saver. And it actually works too. Check that out. Nice. Now I have no idea why the stream died, why it went black. So now that this piece is now, see, look at that. Check it out. It even looks right. So we get that piece all set. Now they want me to, what are they asking here? So you want to install this rod down in through the top of the servo saver with this clip here. Oh, I know what this is. This is the front body post, isn't it? It's gotta be. This is the front body post. Check it out. That doesn't seem right. Right? That is the body post, though. All right. So, front body post. That is what that is. And then they are wanting it installed in a specific direction. So, which is going to be like that. So, obviously, when we mount it onto that brace right there, like this, just got to make sure when we put these screws on, which I will Loctite. So I'm going to throw a little drizzle of Loctite on there. Just like that. Screw that down. And they probably want that cranked too, don't they? See, what they're showing is obviously driving the pin down in between. You're going to put one nut on that bottom, which is obviously going to tighten, to here. And then you're going to throw it through there and put another nut on that side there. And here's even showing that they want to make sure that you install that 90 degrees correctly. They want to make sure that it's correct. It looks like they even give a 0.5 millimeter something or other for a clearance on that, which I can measure that. So literally like a fingernail, I think. I think what they're saying is maybe like a fingernail. So I'll do that. I'll just give it like just the slightest little touch. Maybe kind of like see if I can jam my fingernail in there or something. Or a piece of paper. So something like that, I guess. And then grabbing this piece here. They want this installed like that. And then we'll put a little thread lock. Again, put a little drop on there. And we'll install this under there. I think what the important part is, I think they're showing, is to make sure that when you install this, that you're installing it like that. You know what I mean? So obviously that's why they give you the pictures, so that you know what you're supposed to be looking at here. So in that cotter pin, or whatever you want to call that body pin, it's not a cotter pin, that pin's got to be just like that. Goes the wrench, gone forever. All right. Just want to still make sure that that gap is there. It does feel like that gap is there. I think it is. But I want to align that piece right there, which that's probably what they give you this wrench for. So you can give it like a turn. But they want that clip basically parallel to that seam that's right there. So it's also tightening it as I'm going. So just like that. So that's what they want that piece to look like. So that body clip is horizontally placed or parallel with that lower brace right there. You can see that right there. See, that's the tough part. I've got a delay. Look at that. Servo saver is done. And we have no extra parts. No extra parts. All right. Step 4. So now we can move on to, I think, another bag. Because I think there are only 4 steps, right? Yeah, check it out. So now we get to open bag B. Which I already opened. But it looks like, so that's what that little support piece is. Almost looks like that's for the wheels. Or like an axle. It looks like they're getting pretty specific here with lining up things and markings. Yeah, see, look at that. Exclamation points all over the place here. Making sure that you're paying attention, I guess. So let's grab bag B here. We can clear out our parts tray. Lay out some parts from bag B. There's that rod. This looks like, I don't know, lower suspension something, maybe? I don't know. Another piece that looks like a shock, that looks like a rear shock tower. So does that. Screws, a lot more parts in this bag B. This looks like transmission stuff here. And then this right here, it just says grease. So fat grease. Not sure. Not sure yet what that's for, but this looks like transmission here. Because there's technically, I guess you want to say almost like cooling fins for the transmission. I wonder if that's plastic or metal. Kind of almost looks like plastic. That piece right there. It looks too shiny to be metal. So most likely that's just plastic. So it's not going to really do anything. That's probably just a what do they call it? Shiny bits. It's got its own Allen wrench in there too. Fat grease. We're not going to need that, I don't think. We got a couple screw bags here. Oh, looks like that is rear suspension. So this is rear suspension with a lower, looks like the lower brace probably for maybe where the tranny connects onto, I'm guessing, from what it looks like. And then this piece right here, I have no idea. I don't see where this piece goes, but this looks like it's a shock tower or something. So it looks like they're asking for this piece here. So by the instructions, you can see what they want. We want this thing here. We want our frame that we just built. Gonna have to figure out, I guess, what screw bag they want. I guess I'll just open them. I guess I'll just open them both. Looks like probably some type of plastic caps, too. I'm assuming those are plastic. I don't think they would be metal, but I also didn't see it anywhere. It's not in here, right? Oh, it is. Oh, it is metal. Wow, this kit is surprising me here. So we need these metal blocks, which that's nice. Metal block to hold on that rod. Nothing else, I don't think, from here. Let's probably save for later. Save for later bag. This has got some really, really tiny, like, looks like they would break in your fingers screws. Look at that. Look at how small that screw is. That thing looks like it would snap in your fingers. So that's obviously what this Allen wrench is for. I believe that's probably what that tiny little Allen wrench is for right there. All right, so I'm going to just chance it and open up this bag because it looks like this is probably the bag we need. So I'll get our Ginsu, spray out some screws, get rid of the bags because we don't need them in the way anymore. All right, so got these screws here. Get our tools. I'm going to drag our chassis in here, or our frame, which it's still straight. And now, see, here's what's funny. Where did they show anywhere that I needed that thing? Says, I hit with a driver lightly and make a bearing matched and make sure whether you go around smoothly. What? I guess they're talking about tapping the bearing into or onto something here. They're using the handle end to tap the bearing on. So we'll see if that's even necessary. Oh, I'm not even in frame, sorry. Well, we're gonna build this part first. We can take this out of here for now, that out of here. We're gonna concentrate on the front, which is basically just these pieces right here. So drag that in. And you look at it, it's the back two holes on both sides. I don't think it matters which way this is right now, other than maybe it's facing up, I guess. Oh, wait a minute. It does matter. It's showing marks. Wow, look at that. Look at those marks. So it's actually showing marks. So that does make a difference. So they want you to make sure that when you put these on, that you see those marks perfectly, apparently. Right there. Don't you growl. All right. Most likely it's these longer ones, I would guess. Or maybe not. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, so there's 2 real long ones, 2 short ones. So maybe it's the middle ones. So we'll go with that. We'll get our Allen wrench. Make sure we get the right Allen wrench first. Perfect. And it's not saying whether if it's left or right. Probably doesn't make a difference whether if it's left or right side installed, because obviously it's going to be in the same kind of position. But it looks like it's kicked back slightly. All right. They're being really critical. So all right, so they're actually asking for it to be that way. So let's see. I think like that is what they're looking for. All right. Well, let's see what we can do here. Let's see how I can fail. It's going to be a fail. I can already tell. And this is why I don't do kits. So this is going to take a little bit. I'm going to actually have to get out of my chair here to do this. So that is supposed to be like that. Right? Yeah. So we'll pop these screws. This isn't going to work. I'm almost going to have to, I think, put them in like that first. Oops. And then I'll just lightly place that in there for now till I can get these kind of like sitting on maybe. Nah, see, that's not going to work. Maybe if I go sideways? No, it's not working. All right. I don't know. Maybe like that and then kind of hold this up to it, I guess. And those marks are on that side, which they want it like that. So put that like that. I don't know, guy. This is why I don't do this stuff. I can't figure it out. So that's going to be like that. Yeah, I just put it through after the fact. I think maybe that's supposed to be like that, I think. Well, that's tough, man. This is not made for my hands here. My hands are not made to do this. I can see where the mark is. So what they want is they want to make sure that this flat section is lined up with that little T kind of looking thing. So they're giving you a line where that's supposed to be. And then it's like, it's almost like asking you to press it on. So I think I almost want to try pressing it on. Is that a bad idea? Like that? I think it's supposed to be like that. I'm going to put a dab of thread lock right inside these little holes right here. Do a dab and a dab. Or actually I should go this side. This right here is why I don't do kit builds, guy. Stuff, I just ain't got no time for this. Yeah, and I thought about doing one of those axial builds. Yeah, I doubt it. If it's anything like this, ain't gonna happen. All right, looks like we're getting tight. All right. Chuck, this is why you like me, because I'm as bad as you. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, I don't know, guy. I just don't care. There we go. Oh, that's perfect. I think before I talk this down, I do want to make sure that I'm kind of want to make sure I'm lining things up correctly. Because it's weird because it's got like, it goes the stupid, gone forever. Where'd the Allen wrench go? It's gone. All right. Let's try this again. All right. Here we go. Again, I'm not trying to be in the way here. Am I using the wrong screws here? Am I missing a part? I am. I'm missing a part. No wonder why. I'm yeah. Oh my God, I am. I'm not supposed to put this on yet. I got to put the stupid skid plate looking thing on first. Ah, no. How come somebody didn't say, hey, guy, you're doing it wrong? You're missing a part. Somebody probably did. There's more comments. Oh, no. All right, let's see. I forgot I was supposed to install the lower skid plate servo looking thing. This piece is supposed to go on. Looks like it goes this way. Yeah, that's more like it. Hey, check it out. That's the way it's supposed to be. Like that. Then that can go there. Oh, see, look at this. This makes sense now. It looks more like it. Check it out. It's coming together. It's like B.A. Baracus here. It's not threading in, is it? Yeah, it is. All right. I think maybe I'll feel like a slight sense of pride once, like, I'm done with this. But it's probably going to take forever. I'm going to leave that loose just for now. Is that right? Yeah. So that's supposed to go like that. And I think that might be too tight too. I might have to loosen that after the fact. Because for some reason now it seems a little tight here. And that shouldn't have affected that. Yeah, I don't know. No, that's kind of how it's supposed to be. But I guess the real important thing was to make sure that this rod is perfectly aligned, which I'm actually going to use the camera right now to see this. So they want that rod to be perfectly aligned. You can see that mark. See the mark? There's like a mark right there. And they want that to be flat with this surface, but also pointing into the middle. So I'm going to just put this in the light right now just so I can see, because I can't see. So there's actually an arrow. There's an arrow right there. I don't know if you can see that. I'm probably blocking it. But there's an arrow. There's an arrow on this piece right here that lines up with the little arrow that's on this rod. So I think I'm good now. It looks like I can now tighten this down. I think it's good. I'm just gonna go with that right there. I will say, with all these metal parts, this is actually pretty cool. Just gotta make sure this is done evenly because it's clamping down. It's clamping down on that piece right there, so I just want to make sure that I'm doing it even. You know what I mean? They're not saying do that, but it's obvious that that's how you have to do it. And I think that's it. That is literally even on that side. Now, we can go ahead and go to this side and make this side even as well. Oh, there goes the wrench. Gone forever again. All right. Make sure that's still lined up. Yep, still lined up with the arrow. So I'm doing turn for turn so that I can lock that clamp down flat against the piece, because it doesn't clamp all the way down to the frame rails. So doing it turn for turn is at least moving it in unison, you know, sliding it down, clamping it, hopefully evenly. Because see how you get the gap right there? And then on this side, it's like almost like paper thin gap on that side right there. So we're pretty close to being all the way tight on this side now. Yeah, that's it. Almost seems like it should be able to clamp it all the way down, but I'm afraid of stripping this Allen wrench. That's tight. We're not really getting any more movement out of that. So I'm just going to leave it be. Who knows? Maybe it'll relax over time or something, and I can give it another clamp down, but that's literally as far as those are going to go without stripping out the Allen wrench. It looks like basically it looks like a paper gap in between those. Clean up the residual thread lock here. Huh? What? Yep. But it looks useful. Maybe something. Sam, can you get me a towel, like the dog towel? I just want to be able to have this door open. But we got rain coming in on the wood floor right now. See, having this slider open that's over here makes it so that, you know, there's more light coming in. All right. That should protect the floor. Summit is the biggest pain to work on. You're not going outside. The door's not open for you guys just to go in and out. All right. So let's see. Kind of looks like this front suspension is all set. This looks pretty sharp, doesn't it? At least I think it does. Nice metal pieces. Servo saver looks very well built. All right. So now what? So now they want me to work on the rear portion, which looks like it takes those screws, this top plate here, which goes like that, a bottom plate, which obviously goes on the bottom, and the threaded holes are actually in this piece right here. So it looks like this is threaded here, that's threaded there. So when you see the instructions, what they're asking for, what we're talking about now, is just putting on this lower plate and that upper. This is obviously part of the rear suspension here. And probably the transmission probably bolts to that back section there, is my guess. They want to make sure you put those little tabs face down, which is obvious, because it looks like these holes, only these two are threaded that way. And it does look like they want these longer screws, obviously, to go through that. So what I will do, so I'll flip this over. This goes like this. One there. One there. Boy, why does that look so long? Looks like it's the right screw. Has to be. Not sure why that's so long, but those screws seem extremely long. But on that picture right there, I think this is that deal where you can take the screw and literally line it up on the paper, and that's it. So you can take the screw and line it up on the paper, and you know that that's the correct screw. So that's the right one. So that's going to come through. And I'll put a little thread lock right there, a little right there. And then I guess go ahead and screw this down onto that piece, I guess. Give it a crank. Give it a crank. We're good. Wipe off any excess thread lock. There you go. Not sure why that's sticking out so far. Maybe it has something to do with mounting something to that. Maybe like a screw will eventually screw onto that, screw being so long. So I think we're good now. I think we covered all the pieces that are in that section of the chassis, so it looks like we got some front suspension starting, maybe rear suspension, and looks like possible transmission on the back there. Still think that's like a shock tower. That's what it looks like. It looks like that's a shock tower. So now we're looking at transmission. So on this next thing, that's what that grease is for. So the grease is actually just for the gears. They're not asking to open up that diff. But does that make any sense to you? Because it almost seems like you'd probably have to put something in here. Because why would that? I just wouldn't assume that this would have anything in it, being a kit. Does anybody know? Would this diff actually have stuff in it being a kit, an assembled kit? All right, we're going to get this chassis out of here for now. So we want that. We want this. And I believe what's in this bag next, with 2 extra screws that we still have in this thing here. So I'm not sure why we've got those 2 extra screws yet. Ah, those screws are for the motor. So these 2 screws, which obviously we don't have a motor yet, those 2 screws are for installing the motor. So we're not going to have to worry about that now. We'll save that for later. So it looks like we're going to be pressing. I think what they're saying is somehow using that screwdriver to press in the bearings. So obviously installing these bearings, so this is the next thing here. We're not going to need this massive 31 tooth pinion. So it's a 31 tooth pinion and no set screw. All right, so there's no set screw. Unless I lost it. All right, well, we're not going to need it anyway. I'm gonna crack this open because I don't know if it's I don't know if there's anything in there. And it feels dry, but there is a slight amount of resistance, but maybe that's just gear resistance. So I'll just crack this open anyway and we'll see what's inside of here. Maybe they were kind enough and put some pre-installed grease in there. Watch, there's probably something in the instructions that says do not open. Warranty void. Oops. I don't mind that open, but all right, let's see. All right, so what do we got here? Oh no. All right. There actually is grease in there. So we do have grease in there, so we're not gonna have to worry about it. All right. Well, that's awesome. It kind of felt like it, but I don't know. I wasn't sure. I guess it's better to check, right? Better safe than sorry. So this little diff does have grease in it. I wasn't sure. So it felt like it, but I don't know. I just wasn't sure. Why? Oh, why aren't I using good tools doing this? Because I wanted to build the kit literally using the kit. If that makes any sense to you, because not everybody's going to have tools. So if somebody wanted to buy this kit, at least they know that the only thing that we've had to use is obviously something to obviously get little plastic burrs off. But that was the whole point blank thing to this was just to build it like out of the box as they give it to you. So now installing that diff into the housing, the diff housing. They're talking about pressing a bearing into that surface first, which you don't even, there was no need to use like any tool. It just literally just dropped right in. So, and you can see the orientation of how they're showing you. So you didn't need nothing to press that in, or at least I didn't. It's all the way in. And then they want you to toss in that like that. And then the next bearing for the other side, we'll go ahead and put that right inside the case, inside the slot. Again, you don't need no tools. And we'll wait to grease this because I can grease it from the top. So we'll install that bearing onto there. Whoop. I'm going back. Am I going backwards here? Goes on this way. There we go. Just pretty much pressed right into place. Now, we're going to need 3 screws in order to install that, which looks like it's that next bag that had a whole bunch of just real tiny screws. So we'll use our small knife to open that huge bag. Look at this thing. What the hell? Come on, are you kidding me? Look how tiny that thing is. So now they're wanting a combination, because it looks like we're also adding a piece here, which I have no idea what the heck that is right there. Almost looks like it has something to do with a support for the motor. So I don't know if that's metal. I'm assuming that piece probably should be metal. But it's obviously some type of a support for the motor, for that back side of the motor. But I don't see nothing. All right, so I think we're on the search for whatever that thing is. All right, so it is a piece of plastic. It's not metal. So it was inside that bag that looks like it has roll cage or some kind of roll cage or chassis pieces or something. Maybe this is part of protecting the motor or something. Could be what this is. But that plastic part was in there. There is a tiny little piece to nip off. So I will use the little nippers here and just nip that plastic so that it's clean. And this piece is installed right here, it looks like. So out of this, we're looking at 3 of those cap screws and 2 button head screws. So probably that one. And then I'm guessing 1, 2, 3. That's what it looks like. I will do thread lock again. So I'm going to thread lock each one of these holes right now. Matt Sky, is this the first time? Is this the first you're here, or did I just not see you? Oops. So we'll tighten this down nice and even. Wipe off the excess thread lock around these areas here. Now you can go ahead and go after this plastic piece, which they want to make sure that you face that tabbed section outboard, but it's kind of pretty obvious. So we'll place that onto there. Put in a screw. God, this stuff is so tiny. This is why I don't build kits. Point blank. Holy small. Although watch, after I'm done building this, I'll build another one because I'll feel accomplished or something. Just give it a tweak. And if there was any extra Loctite, go ahead and wipe that off. So here we go. Transmissions. Oh, that's tight. Why is that so tight? That feels hugely tight. These gears are loose. And that seems ultra tight. So something's binding here. So I'm going to take this stuff back off and see what's binding. Maybe I should have seen if that bearing needed to be pressed in any further. It didn't feel like it. It felt like it bottomed out. But maybe I'm wrong. Goes the Allen wrench. All right, let's see. Take that off. Re-loosen up this stuff right here. Yeah, so something is binding. And I'm pretty sure there's not supposed to be any gasket in between that, because it almost feels like it would be like gasket material that's how much it's binding. It's binding like as if it's gasket thickness. See, that bearing's mint. This bearing is a little tight though on this side. So let's just see if I can pry that bearing out of there. And I'm wondering if somehow, nah, that can't be keyed, can it? Seems like it's fully sealed. And that bearing is sitting all the way down in there. Whoops. Oh no, where'd the bearing go now? Again, like I say, gone forever. Oh, I just lost the bearing. Sweet. Oh, isn't that awesome? Somehow I lost the bearing. How does that happen? Found it. All right, let's try this again. I'm getting binding on that case. So when I clamp this down, for some reason, that's all the way. And this one is all the way in the case, even. You know what it almost seems like? It almost seems like I'd be better off. So that bearing gets slid down into there, nice and even. It almost seems like this bearing just needs to be pressed onto this side, maybe a little bit further than what it was. And that, I think that just did it right there. Haley, you stink. Oh my God. Yeah, I think that was it. And I'm sure our Loctite is still good. It actually feels like it's Loctiting. Kits are good fun. All depends, guy. When they're tiny like this, man. All right, so that's what it was. So the bearing, they don't really tell you in the instructions this way, because what they're showing is they're showing you using the end of the handle to press the bearing into the case, which it wasn't needed. However, that bearing right there that slides onto that plastic, I guess you want to say like shaft or whatever, receiving end, that wasn't pressed down all the way, and obviously I just pressed it down with my fingers, and now it's fine. So that was that only issue. So no issues on tolerance so far. Now it spins nice and free. Now we can go ahead and reinstall this piece here, which just looks like it's like a motor like backer or something that kind of gives the motor a little bit of back support. It's what it looks like. Instead of the motor just being out in the open. But this is I'm gonna be running this brushless anyway. I've got a system that I think I'm gonna throw in here. Much better. So now they said to go ahead and use the grease. Or they said to use it before, but and this is one of those ones that you obviously unscrew it and you poke, you pierce. The cap has a piercer on it, and you just pierce it, and that way you can see the grease. And the grease just like flows out all over the place if you're not paying attention. So I'm gonna go ahead and just squirt some grease in there. Just like that. We'll let the mesh it all around. Seems like should be a little bit better of a way to do that. Because that's going to get pretty dry pretty quick. But maybe because this cover is removable, maybe it's one of those things where you just add grease as you go, I guess. After a few runs, add more grease, clean it out, add more grease. Maybe that's how this is supposed to be. And Haley, go out back, you stink. Go out back. My dog, my little dog is lighting me up. See right there? We'll just let that marinate in there. Seems like if this thing was spun real fast, that grease is just literally going to be pointless. Haley, go out back, you stink. Sorry about that. Oh my god. All right. So I think we're good here. Yeah, not too bad. Now that we figured out, why it was binding. So I guess we're good because when you look at the instructions, it says that now we're done with step 6. So we'll flip it over. We'll go to step 7. And that's what that plastic piece was for. So I was wondering what that was for. So all that is just a cover for that. And then we are installing the shock towers onto the forward part of the transmission. And that's obviously a fake cooling fin case. And that's what those little micro screws are for, I think. That's ridiculous. Do not over tighten. Obviously. So, yeah. So let's go ahead and do this stuff. And like I was saying, I like that soft part, so we'll put the flat end of the shock tower against that section right there. And I think I will install... Will I install that first, or should I just install this first? So that's what that little piece was for. I was thinking this was like for a switch or some kind of like a cover to something. Obviously, it was a cover to the transmission. Again, we'll take our nippers and just nip off the extra little chunk of plastic that we don't need. Make sure that plastic doesn't go inside of our diff or inside of our diff case. And then looks like that gets installed like this, right here. Just like that. Couple small cap head screws. These small ones here. Again with the thread lock, but whatever. Just gonna do it. Little drop, little drop. Install a little cover plate. Little screw. Hope that's the right screw. Where's the other screw? Right there. Come on. Jeez. It's funny, I just realized. It's like a paradox looking at the screen, because you can see a screen to a screen to a screen. Now we can take this little plastic cover thing here. And this does have an orientation, it looks like. So they have it so that you can see it's got like an arc or a rake to it. They want that raked or larger section towards the back. And we're not going to use Loctite on this, but we are going to use that little micro thing there. Install those screws right in there. It's going into plastic, so you don't have to worry about anything. That almost does give it the illusion of a nitro motor, doesn't it? Having those fins like that, like a regular just, cooling head on an engine. Now this is the one that they said do not over tighten. I can see why. It's in big bold print, do not over tighten. Dog farts are the worst. Dude, the only reason why you're saying that is because you can stand your own. Everyone leave? I don't know. It says there's 20 people on there, which is crazy. So I think that's good. Didn't over tighten it. Could definitely feel the plastic flexing out as I was tightening those screws. So it's definitely something you got to be careful of. So then, like I said, because of how this is cut out, it's punched out. It's got a soft side. So that soft side I want facing out, and the hard side, or the more flatter surface that has the burrs on it, I am going to face towards the back. So just like this right here. And I am going to thread lock this. So drop, drop, and a drop. Now for this, they're asking for the same size screws, which we've got 1, 2, 3, I think. No, is that the right one? Yeah. So those 3 screws right there. It's funny. It looks like it literally does look like I'm assembling a nitro motor. Just kind of has like that look with that fake cooling head that's on there. It's going to be like a 14-hour live stream. It's a 14-hour kit build. I don't know how long I'm going to last. Maybe at lunchtime we'll take a lunchtime break or something. What time is it anyway? It's already 12? Holy crap. When did I start this? At 10? So we've already been going for 2 hours and 20 minutes almost. Wow. 2 hours and 20 minutes, and this is all we've got done. All right. It actually looks pretty cool like that. I kind of like the look of that. So this is all assembled. Isn't that funny, huh? They talk about greasing, obviously, the outside, which I'm not going to bother greasing the outside for now because we don't have, or I'm not installing a motor yet. I'll probably install the motor later. I got to figure out exactly what I've got. So we're not going to bother with this step. We don't have to install the pinion, none of this stuff. Obviously, this is already all together and installed. So we're not going to bother basically with step 8. It's pointless. So I'll put the cover back on just so I don't lose things. And it's got that little tiny body clip thing. So we'll just leave it like that. Case is not very, it's not sealed or anything. It is kind of semi-loose, but it probably doesn't matter. As long as you do like regular maintenance like you're supposed to anyway. But, so for now, we're not going to bother with the motor. But I will do, I guess, an electronics install. It'll probably end up being like a separate video or whatever. Make sure you, when you're, not using your Loctite, make sure you cap it. So transmission's done. Like I said, we're going to skip step 8. And we're going to go on to step 9, which looks like it's building, so it's building the cage around the motor. So again, it's got the exclamation point, do not over tighten, because we're talking about plastic pieces here. So now we are in need of these 4 pieces here. No, 3 pieces, sorry. Not 4. And obviously those break-offs. We'll take our nippers and we'll nip off just the break-off pieces. Just like that. Again, on this piece here, just nip it off. Drag our transmission back in. And so these are the lower bars. It looks like so that is what that's for. So that's what I was wondering. So apparently I'm thinking that must be for, oh, maybe not. No, actually it is. So that is what that's for. So that's why those screws stick up. Because these actually have an inset, which a nut actually bolts down onto those screws that were sticking up. So that is what that was for. So this is that upper cage assembly, which attaches to the lower holes. You got 2 lower holes on that shock tower brace, which goes in like that. And that is calling for cap head screws, which I don't see in here. So it looks like we need to find another screw bag, which I don't remember seeing another screw bag. Because those are tapered screws. Nothing there, nothing there. This is spare parts. So am I literally missing? Oh, wait a minute. Got something here. Actually, screw bag D's got some stuff in it too. Is it saying? Oh, how about if I read? Yeah, so this is why I don't read, because I point blank don't read. So here I am going to step 9. I'm looking at screws going, oh, we don't have any screws for it, because I'm supposed to open screw bag C. So the bag that I did grab is actually the bag we needed. Looks like we got some shock oil, 25 weight. 25 weight shock oil. We've got some type of I believe this is like a roll bar. So this is probably like an upper roll bar. And then we got a whole mess of screws in this bag. More like nuts and stuff in this bag here. So pretty sure this is the bag we need for right now. There's the pinion. So I was saying that we didn't have a pinion set screw. There actually was one. I just didn't see it. It must have been inside the threads of one of these nuts. So we got that bag right there. Open that up with our little knife. And you know what I'm going to do this time is, I'm going to grab a separate plate. And just because this was a separate screw bag, I don't know what the heck is going on with these pieces other than these long ones. I'm not sure what's going on with these. Did I miss a step or something? So we may have to go back, see if I missed a step. Because we've been pretty good as far as... Oh, no, I didn't miss a step. Yeah, actually, technically I did miss a step. Shock tower, shock bolts. So how about if we throw those on? So it looks like it goes through this way. goes through this way. So we weren't done. That's why I don't read, because I can't. So I'm going to put a drop of thread lock there. Take the nut. I'll screw that all the way down. If I can get my fingers to operate. Oh my God, this stuff is just so tiny. Come on. Hey, look at that. All right. Allen wrench. Get the killer Kyosho nut driver and give it a crank. All right, Lane, we'll be here for another like 6 hours. Be sure to stop by, guy. We'll be here for another 6 hours. I really didn't know how I was going to do this kit. And then literally last night, I just decided, you know what? I'm just going to do it live. Might as well just have some fun. You know, all this, technically I'm not locked down, but today's a garbage day. So I've got nowhere to go. So figured might as well just do this kit live. There we go. That's more like it. So now we have the correct amount of screws and stuff left over in the tray. So this kit is actually very, very well done, because we don't have any extra parts other than literally the spare parts bag that says spare parts. So hopefully that's just going to be consistent. All right, so now that's all set. Now we've got the right screws to be able to install all this stuff. So it looks like that's going to consist of, so we got the transmission, which we need. Don't need that. We need this piece here. We eventually need these two pieces here. We're going to start needing these screws like this. We're on step 9 now, which was, I totally missed seeing that, open bag C. And it looks like that's the right size screw, and we need 4 of them. So 1, 2, count along with me, folks. 3. I'm just having fun. Oh no, there's only 3? There's only 3. Oh no, my eyes deceive me. 4. All right, we're not going to need thread lock for this. I think they're telling you to install this first, so we'll just go ahead and do that. I actually kind of am enjoying this. Now that things are kind of like looking like something, I think I just don't enjoy the smallness of everything. Everything is just so damn tiny. That's probably the part that I'm not enjoying, is just, you know, everything just being so small. That's the part I'm complaining about. Man, that was some wind that just whipped. Come on, get in there. There we go. This is when a driver probably would come in handy. But years ago, you know, you didn't have drivers. You had to just do everything by hand, like I'm doing. That's literally the reason why I'm doing it like this. Well, that's getting tight. Watch the piece break. All right, we're close. Chuck, I don't know why, but the something about your comment got blocked by YouTube. So I just pressed OK on it. All right. Venom, you still here, guy? What are you, out of your mind, guy? Are you working on anything, Venom? Riffraff, what about you? Anybody else working on anything? Like on these COVID days here? COVID and coffee? So what I don't like is I don't like the fact that the plastic is tweaking. Like as I'm trying to tighten this up. What do we got here? Jerry VRC, you want to be building a kit, but you're broke? Yeah, that's along with like half of the planet right now. This is a kit that I've had just sitting. So I figured, perfect. Might as well just get to it, you know what I mean? So I think we're good on this little plastic piece. Like I said, the only thing I don't like is as I'm tightening it, the plastic itself is twisting. So maybe that's where this comes in handy to retwist back what got tweaked. There we go. So now they want these braces installed like this. Something like that. Then again, screws down to the top here. And I'm guessing these arms are going to get tweaked too. It would be a lot easier to just grab one of my drivers and just drive these things home, but I'm forcing myself to build this like with its own tools until stuff strips out. Obviously, if these Allen wrenches stripped out, I'm not going to be an idiot and not use my regular stuff, but it was a curiosity to find out whether if this kit could get built with its own stuff. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, see? It got tweaked out. I didn't realize it. I didn't realize that the plastic was actually bending in my hand as I was cranking it. There we go. Close enough. Riffraff, what kit are you talking about? Because I'm obviously not paying very much attention to the comments here, which I probably should be a little bit better than I'm being. You have absolutely no patience for kits? Yeah. I don't really either, but I just wanted to do something. All right, there we go. That looks like it's pretty close. May tweak the plastic just a little bit just to get things more aligned. So now the rear cage is done. That was step 9. So now step 10 is obviously now installing the transmission and the forward little bumper bars to the chassis using 2 nuts, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screws. So 5 screws and 2 nuts. And they're these flathead ones with the tapered. So we go 5, and then there are no nuts. All right, so see that? There's no nuts. So, and that was all supposed to be in bag C, which maybe that's what these are for. So maybe this was in bag C and I just don't know. I didn't know. So I'll dump that out. Oh, it looks like wow. In that, there were 3 set screws. So I don't know why in that bag there were 3 set screws, but there were 3 set screws in that bag. And that's not the spare parts bag either, right? No. So there were 3 set screws in there, so now we have a total of 4 set screws. So we needed a couple of small little nuts, which are not, are they nylocks? Yeah, actually that looks like a nylock, doesn't it? Yeah, right there. Nylon nut. So it uses nylocks. So I got 1, 2 nylocks. We'll drag the chassis in here. Wait a minute, something doesn't seem right here. Something doesn't look right. So that's not what those are for. So initially I thought these little standoffs here were for this to go through, but it doesn't. It's actually a separate screw that I haven't installed yet, which am my eyes deceiving me here? So obviously you can see the arrows pointing to which ones go to which, right? So you've got 3, 1, 2, 3 for the transmission. So maybe actually what it does is it goes on that lower brace. So I was thinking it goes up there. It looks like it goes on that lower side. So that's why. So it goes through these 2 holes right here. So I will install thread lock. I will install thread lock on these 3 holes right here. 2, 3. Drag that chassis in. Put it upside down. So we can line it up. Like something like that, I guess. Oh my God. These things are just too damn small for my fingers. Hey, there we go. You got it. I'm just going to settle this one down. I'm not going to tighten it. I'm just going to settle it so I can kind of like let go of stuff a little bit better. There we go. Now we should be able to find that hole and align that screw. Yeah, see the chassis moving over as I'm trying to locate that hole? There we go. Wrong. Wrong. What's going on here? Isn't that interesting? So it looks like I may have come across the first issue. I think. So this screw, see how that hole right there is not countersunk? So I wonder if it will show. Yeah, see, it won't show whether that piece is supposed to be countersunk or not. But I'm guessing that it was supposed to be. Because that doesn't make any sense that way. So that screw right there should have been countersunk. Pretty sure. Because that's not going to make any sense to go ahead and put this screw in there if it's just going to be hanging out in the open like that. Alrighty. So I actually do have a countersink. But I'm going to take that transmission off. I really wish I could see whether if it was or not. It's got to be. It would. I assume it would have to be countersunk. Because that does not make any sense to have that screw sticking out like that. Unless there's like some odd step to where it's supposed to be. Maybe in the parts thing. Ah, look at that. So that piece was supposed to be countersunk and it's not. So in this kit, that's our first issue, is that center piece, because you can see all those are countersunk. That's why this hole, these two holes are like that, because those are just drilled through. With these, with the extra circle all the way around, are countersunk. So that's our first deal. So I'm going to take this back off, clean it all up. I'm going to go ahead and get my little countersink thing. Unfortunately, I'm not going to countersink it here because I can't get the shards everywhere. That would not be a good idea. So if you've got lunch to go ahead and grab, go grab it now. Do whatever you want, guy. But I'm going to countersink that right now, so I'll be back. Wish I could like leave something so you guys could see stuff. Suppose I could face the camera to the outside so you could watch the storm rolling in. So not the cleanest countersink, but better than not having it countersunk. So now I will re-thread lock these holes just for good measure. Now we can go ahead and install this piece here. All right. Oops. I don't know what it is, but I almost seems like I'm liking this a little bit more now. I think because I'm seeing the chassis like come together kind of thing. So I feel like I'm a little bit more okay with the fact that these screws and everything are so micro. And our freshly countersunk hole there. Again, not the cleanest. It's not a factory countersinking, but it's better than what it was instead of having a screw just hanging out like that. All right. Crank these down nice and easy though, not too hard because we are talking about going into aluminum. I think we're good like that. That feels pretty good. There is a slight little bit of like reveal, but it's a lot better than what it was. So at least it's not going to be the whole head sticking out. So you see what I'm saying? There is a little bit of, see it? It's so minor. What's that? Like a millimeter, if that? Good enough. We're not going for perfection here. Or are we? So now we can install these screws here that go into the little bumper support thing, whatever the heck they are. And then, yeah. Spoke too soon. Holy smokes. How am I going to get that in there? What the heck? Oh, there we go. Hey, check it out. Done. Remember, not cranking these things down. It's not about cranking. Oh, it's not about cranking stuff. Oh, come on. There goes that screw. Gone forever. Hey, look at that. I found it. Amazing. It's on an Oriental rug, which is probably one of the worst things to drop a screw onto because it's one of those dark colored Oriental rugs. And a black screw doesn't really show up very well. All right. So there we go. That grabbed pretty quick. Give this a little bit of a more of a crank. And there we go. So now we've got the back half. Guess you could all squared away, all bolted down, front locked nice. Got the front suspension going on right there. Everything seems to be lining up absolutely perfect. The only issue that we came across, like what you saw, was that in the instruction manual, we were able to find this piece right here, and it showed all these screw holes, with the exception of only these ones right here. All the other ones were countersunk. This forward transmission mount screw was not countersunk, so fortunately I did have a countersinking device, which you could use a drill bit. You just got to be careful if you're using a drill bit doing that. But I do have a countersinker. We did sink it. It's not 100% perfect, but that's not how I am anyway. So that matches my work. All right. So there we go. That's all set. So it looks like we are now done, hopefully, with step 10. So we got those 5 there with the 2. We got those 4. That's all set. Now we can go ahead and go to step 11, which is putting oil in the shocks. And they did provide shock oil, so yeah. Well, we'll just go ahead and do that. Let's go throw some oil in some shocks. Maybe that's what this little tray is going to be for. So obviously they give you 4 shocks, 2 rear, 2 front. Easy to tell. One is obviously longer than the other. So rear shocks usually longer than front shocks. So those are front shocks. Pretty sure that they didn't give me different shock weight oils. I highly doubt that they would have done that. So they did give a Kyosho shock oil, which I'm going to open that bag up right now. Kyosho 300 CST, which is a 25 weight oil. This is a pretty heavy feeling chassis, so I'm thinking, I wonder how that 25 is going to be. Probably depends upon what the valving is in these, right? Yes?
I'm gonna make mac and cheese. Are you hungry?
You gonna what?
Make mac and cheese.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Should I make 2 boxes or 1?
Should you make what?
2 boxes or 1?
Oh, one's fine.
One's fine?
Don't you think?
Yeah.
You can make 2 if you want. Just obviously put the extra in the fridge. Whatever you feel. You gonna make grilled cheese?
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
All right. So then just do 1 box. Yeah, 1 box and grilled cheese. That'd be awesome. My daughter doesn't want me to show her face because she's fresh out of the shower. So she's like, she thinks she's ugly looking or something.
Yes, my hair is wet and I look horrible. Thank you.
Oh, stop it. All right. So now this is stuff that people should already know, but if you've never done a kit before. So normally shocks in a kit, obviously, you're not going to have any fluids like sitting in anything. And to take apart a shock like this is the rod end or the eyelet. You want to pull back the spring. You want to take the spring capture or the lower spring perch off, which is just like notch, it's keyed. Take that off, which allows you to pop the spring off. And then the other side of this wrench is designed to grab that knurled portion, at least it should be. A little tight. It's supposed to be designed to grab that knurled portion of the shock, but it almost seems like it doesn't fit on it. So you know what I'm thinking? The anodizing of this wrench, when they anodized it, the anodizing took up a little bit of space. Let's try it on another one, see if that's what it really is. So when they anodized the wrench, the anodizing actually made the hole smaller, so technically this wrench doesn't really slide on anymore onto those threads. I mean, it kind of does, but it doesn't really grab on. I mean, I suppose you could force it on, but nah. So the anodizing kind of messed with that wrench. I'm just going to leave it as is. All right. So there we go. So the valving of this shock is literally one tiny hole, I think. If that is even that's a one tiny little hole holding that together. So yeah, sweet. When you're doing these shocks, obviously you want to make sure that, the surface that you're doing all this stuff on is nice and clean. shows you right in the instructions if you didn't know how to fill shocks, which is, you know, kind of reverse from probably shocks that you know now, which you would fill it obviously from that cap, which is called the top cap. But yeah, this way is a little bit different. So they want you to pull the plunger obviously all the way out, fill the shock oil pretty much to the top. And normally what you would do is you would compress the shock down to get any, you know, air bubbles or whatever out of the system. But yeah, with this, we're just gonna throw some oil in it, put the piston back in. You can see they're leaving a very slight amount of spacing, which is probably just enough for the piston and the plunger and the threads to kind of, you know, kind of come down and go into that section. But obviously you just don't want to fill it all the way to the top, because as you screw this down, the intention is oil is going to, like in that picture right there, oil is going to leak out, and that's purposeful. So yeah, it's just easy, you know. They show you compressing the shock piston down into the actual shock body. I almost said shock cavity. Into the shock body. But they're very easy. Not the best, like, I think, scenario, but it works. Obviously, it worked years ago, so it still works. So we are going to use what was in the kit. Probably have to pierce this. Or is it pierced? Do yourself a favor and grab a couple of paper towels while you do this. Sam, can I have a couple of paper towels, please? Only because when you do this, oil is going to want to leak out. So, yeah. Thank you. You don't need a huge amount of paper towel. Just enough to grab that lower section. So as you're filling it and then putting the plunger in and squeezing it down, obviously the oil will kind of just get all over that. Wear gloves if you got them. So normally that's how I do it. So we're going to take oil and just very slowly drip it in. Right till we get probably to the threads. Boy, I hope there's enough oil in this. Just like that. Now you can see we are just, I think I put a little bit too much in there. So I'm going to take some out. Just like that. And we are right to, pretty much we're right to the middle of the threads, which is probably fine. So now is when you take that, dive it in, and as you screw this, see how you can see the oil coming to the top? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to screw it halfway down, still leaving enough room to take the plunger and push the plunger down to the bottom, and then screw it the rest of the way. Now do these one at a time, because obviously you have two different size shocks. So you have longer shocks obviously in the rear, and if you made the mistake and tried to take all these apart at the same time, if you inadvertently took the wrong size shaft and put it in the wrong size body, then you're kind of screwed. So you kind of don't want to do that. But just have plenty of paper towels just to clean things up. And then just give this a crank. It would have been nice if this tool actually fit, but it doesn't really fit. I think you can maybe force it down, which I'm going to try. Otherwise, you can get just a pair of pliers and just apply a plier force to it. So that feels pretty good. I mean, you know, what do you expect? It's a tiny little hydraulic shock, you know? We're not talking like $100 pair of shocks here. So now you can go ahead and reinstall your spring. Grab your little spring, lower spring retainer, put that in place, and then you've got your oil-filled shock. Which seems like it works. So we'll put this in the done pile. And we'll move on to the next one. And then I'm just going to do it, obviously, to all of these. So there is no cutting of this because this is live. So I won't be, you'll literally be going to be watching me do every single shock here. Kind of does look like they gave enough shock oil, which is nice for all the shocks. For some reason I was thinking we were going to run out. Like I said, and as you screw it down, you can see the oil starting to weep out. And right before you get to the top, or right before you get to the bottom, just go ahead and compress that and give it a crank. Make sure you get a paper towel. And then find your wrench that I just lost. Where did I put the wrench? Nice, I lost the wrench. And we'll just crank it the best we can. This wrench really is junk. And just clean it up. Reinstall your spring and your lower spring perch, whatever you want to call it. Mint. And then just repeat that 3 times. So now we're moved on to the rears. Obviously you can see it's a longer shock. Don't use thread lock. I almost just grabbed the thread lock. Oh! See, you saw that, right? It's because it's live.
You doing this now?
Yeah, when I squeezed it too hard, so the shock oil went like totally bypassed the shock and went all over my fingers. And the dumb wrench that has too much anodizing on it. Give it a tighten. Pull that out. Feels actually pretty good. Again, this isn't like the best scenario here, but it works. You know? That one's done. Same thing, pull the spring down, perch, spring off, unscrew. And this time, let's not like slam fluid into it. Oh no.
Easy.
Oh, there is enough.
Easy.
Okay. There we go. That was a little bit too much. Push it down. Clean it up.
Yeah, well, that was it. You only get one.
Give it a crank. The dumb wrench that doesn't fit. And there we go.
They're very ridiculous. You don't want to be grateful. Go away.
Now all 4 shocks of the Tomahawk are ready to rip. There we go. Now make sure you don't take like this plate and put it away. Now I'm gonna go wash my hands because I got oil all over my hands. Cap off your shock oil. We don't need that no more. Shocks are done. Set those aside. Now, next step, obviously we technically bypassed 1 of 11 because we just didn't need it. because it's just basically just telling you to do it, that many more times. So now we're going to be installing bearings. This is the rear suspension, so it's the rear suspension arms, and these are that old swing arm style arm. So rear suspension arms, both left and right, and also the axles with the axle bearings, and that's why they gave us those funky little tiny micro screws, was obviously for that little collar right there. So you can see we need a bunch of like little pieces and parts for this. So this will be next. I'm gonna wash my hands.
Touch your hat.
Huh?
As you touch your hat.
Quiet, you.
I did another workout with my friend over the thing.
Huh?
I said I did another workout with my friend over the thing.
Oh, did you? Good.
Cause she bought this subscription to some online workout thing.
Yeah.
So she's secretly giving me the videos and doing
That's
them.
all right. That's cool. But you're doing it with her, right?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Like you're doing it virtually? Like on camera?
Oh, we're talking to each other like voice.
Oh, yeah, all right. So you're not doing like a virtual workout?
Because we both need to watch the videos,
Right.
but we talk to each other while we're watching them.
So what Sam is talking about is she's talking about doing a...
Oh
She's,
no.
but they can't see you, like 100 miles away. So she's doing like a virtual workout with her friend that's like in... I forget where she's from, but she's wicked far away. Where?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Well, actually, that's not that far away from us. But yeah, so that's kind of cool. So she does her schoolwork and then she does a workout with her friend, like virtually. That's kind of, that's kind of neat. Kind of what you, I guess what you have to do, right? All right. So back on this here. We're going to start over with a fresh paper towel. Get rid of this garbage. So we are on, like we showed, step 12, which is dealing with rear suspension arms, which these look identical, so I don't think there is a left or right. So these are an identical, stamped piece, or cast piece, actually, not stamped. So identical piece right there. It's kind of interesting. And then we need bearings and we need axles, which looks like it's all in this bag right here.
Let's just sit here in bed and hope you get us that.
It's got those little ball things, which are part of this tray, so it looks like I'll be using this tray for all these pieces.
So that makes me so happy that my dogs love me.
What is
and wanna
that?
spend time with me.
That what?
I said it makes me so happy that my dogs love me and want to spend time
Oh,
with
yeah.
me.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
lovely.
Yeah, they love you. Yeah, right. They love the food you're making. So in this bag, it looks like pieces that you could very, very easily lose. I don't know if you can see that, but it's some type of like a shim looking thing. That's what it looks like to my eyes right now. So inside this bag, there's some kind of funky like shim. Must have something to do with the axle and the bearings and maybe sealing something, maybe. I don't know. Looks like there might be 4 of them, though. So I don't know what that's for. I'm sure the instructions will tell us at some point. We've got some ball ends to install, which they're giving you 8 millimeters and all this other garbage. Because obviously we're installing a nut onto the ball end and then making sure that that ball end is literally 8 millimeters away from the face of the hub or the suspension arm. to the tip of the ball. So if you didn't have calipers, I guess you'd have to kind of guess, like by the thread count maybe. We could go with that. So not everybody would have calipers, so what we're going to do is we're going to go with possibly what I'm seeing is the thread count. It looks like 2.5 threads that are actually on there. So we'll go with that and see if that works. So what do we need? We need these 2 pieces here. Need a fresh paper towel. So we got these pieces. We've got some bearings, which we got 1, 2, 3, and then 3 bearings, 4. Then we've got these little collar things. So you can see that one side is splined and one side has a step on it, which probably rides up against the bearing. So there we go. 2 collars. We'll need 2 axles. And what else? Obviously various, those little ball ends, which are 1, 2, I guess. Looks like just for those ball ends, it looks like for now we only need 2 of those. But then we need 2 nuts to go on there. So that's going to be kind of interesting. So looking at that ball end, it almost looks like, picture-wise, that when these are bottomed out, it looks like when these are bottomed out, that's probably that amount, that 8 millimeters that they're asking for. So I'm going to get out my caliper right now, just out of curiosity, just to check it. So I got the caliper, got it on 0. And we're going to go from the bottom of the thread to the top of the ball. And it's pretty much 8. So it looks like these ball ends are already preset for being 8 millimeters, which that's pretty convenient. Oops. Oh, see, just cannot function. My hands can't function here. There we go.
Jelly fingers?
Huh?
You got jelly fingers?
Fat finger syndrome. All right, so there we go. We'll just put that like that. Make sure you turn off and put away your tools when you're done. So we've got those all set up. We need these tiny little screws, which are a cap head screw. And those go into these right here. It's actually not a cap head screw. It's one of those, it's a pin, a threaded pin. So not a cap head screw, it's a threaded pin. So bearings, obviously we'll install our bearings. Do the outers. We'll do the inners. Now the inners can be pressed in by putting the axle in, like this way. Watch. Yeah, I'll show you what I'm talking about. You can actually use, as I'm saying it, it's not working. Normally, you basically just use the axle to pull the bearing into place. Oh, actually, it didn't even pull it into place. Well, never mind. Slide it onto the axle. Push it into place. Put your bearing on the outside. Push that into place. Looks like it doesn't matter. And then you get your collar. Spline side facing out. Make sure you do that. Line up the hole with the hole. I am going to drip a very small amount of thread lock right onto here. Like that. And I'm going to stall my pin. And then crank it down with the supplied Allen wrench. If I can see it. Give it a crank. There you go. Mint. And now we've got to install that piece there. So we're going to put thread lock in that hole. Install our ball end. If I can. Oh, man. Oh. Boy, this is tough. I'm telling you. Come on, just get in there. Oh, I just don't have the talent to get that into that small little spot. I don't know how you people do this. You people. You people. What do you mean, you people? I think I got it started. I think I take the larger Allen wrench and hopefully not strip it out. Hey, look at that. Crank that all the way in. Mark G, what's going on? Chuck Hall is still here. Holy smokes, guy. So I think we're pretty much good right there. And then get that super sweet Allen, whatever it is, this Kyosho wrench. And looks like it's a 5.5. Just give it a torque. Then we're good to go. So there you go. There's one side built. We'll do the same thing. Install the bearing on the axle. Slam it in. Come on, get in there. I promise it does work. It's just giving me a hard time. See what I'm saying? There you go. Now install your outer bearing. Nice and easy. Grab your little collar. Make sure your stepped side is facing the bearing and your knurled side is facing out. Line up the holes. Right about there, I think. Put a little drop of thread lock. Oh, little drop of thread lock in the hole. Just like that. Put in your threaded pin. And then just with the Allen wrench, give it a crank in. Boom. Just like that. That side's done. Now we'll put, again, a little drop of thread lock. Take that little ball end thing there. Attempt to screw it in. You know what? How about if we do this time? I actually put it on the end of the Allen wrench and see if that helps with installation. And look at that. Got it the first shot.
Alright, so that's done.
Thank you. .5. Just give it a little bit of a crank, and there you go. So both left and right side of the rear suspension arm, hub kind of thing is all set. So those pieces are all set. Doesn't look like we missed any steps. Everything looks like it, should be that way. Yeah. So now, and look at that. I think that's even saying 2.5 threads, isn't it? But we didn't have to because we knew that that's not how these balls are designed. These balls that they're showing in the instructions, the threads go all the way to the top, but the ones that they gave you actually give you that 8mm offset that they're asking for. So that's a plus. Move on to the next page. Now we're looking at step 13, which it looks like a lot's going on, but yeah, I don't know. Looks like we got possibly some piece of plastic right there. Maybe. Not really sure. Tapered head screws, 2 different sizes. Looks like we've got our pin for our suspension. Right there, so left and right pin. So that's got to be metal. So, is that what that is? Nah. Nah, that's like an antenna tube. Am I supposed to be opening a different bag? Oh no, the pins are right here. All right, so how about if we look in our parts tray, we'll realize we got our pins. So we got 2 pins. Looks like we need, a shorty taper and a longer taper. So we'll go with 2 longs, 2 shorts. The little standoff piece, which is metal. 2, 3, 4. Pretty sure that's all the pieces for that, right? So what we're working on is this right here. Now this is one thing that they're showing. That's what those set screws were for. So those set screws are actually locking down the hinge pin in place. So it looks like we're installing it together, obviously as a unit, without the piece being in place, because installing it this way with that bar going in between is making it so both the left and right side pieces align. Now they're also showing you in this picture that your inboard standoffs are shorter than your outboard. Okay? And then obviously your set screws go into the tops there. So that's why there were so many set screws. But that I counted only 3 set screws though, didn't I? We got 1, 2, and there you go. So there's our 4th set screw is actually stuck on the top of that nylock. I don't know if you can see that. See that set screw? It's actually stuck into the nylon. So there were 4 set screws. Huh? Oh, thank you very much. All right. Let's see what's going on here. I have not been paying attention to the chat. What's going on, everybody? So, what are you thinking about the build so far? Like, super entertaining? The best you've ever seen in your whole life? Don't forget to give this a like. Oh, my God. I wish there was more light. It almost seems like there isn't enough light. But we've got Jury VCR. Looks like it's a fun build. It's just something to do. You know what I mean? Chuck Hall. Riff Raff, you're still here. Mark G. Tony stopped in for a couple minutes. What's going on, Tony, if you're still here? How are you? Larry Mitchell was here. He might still be here. It says there's 17 people on here. 5T Badger might still be here. You guys are all nuts. Don't you have some like COVID news to watch? Watch the COVID news. So this is where it'll get not necessarily complicated, but because we're going to be bringing in so much into the picture, I may see if I can finagle the camera a little bit differently here. Because we're obviously bringing in the chassis now. We're going to be working on the rear. And it's these two holes are the holes that are for these pins. So like, just don't forget. And also, here's the other thing too that I just noticed. So there's obviously a change in, it's not a straight through shot, a 90 degree. There's a little bit of a tick of a downward slope. So make sure you're putting these pieces in correctly. So like this. So there's how your piece should look. Taller on the outboard, shorter on the inboard, making sure that obviously your set screw ends are going this way and the screws that go through the bottom are going that way. Now, the real fun part of this is going to be aligning stuff, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it individually. So I'm going to put on this piece first, making sure that when I do that, you have it face the right way, but when you put this together, it's not going to be really a big issue. So I'm going to put just a little touch of Loctite in there. Grab our small screw with our medium Allen wrench. Flip the chassis over. It's actually not the small screw. Grab the long screw. Dive it through. And then just screw it on just so it's loose. Then do the same thing to the other piece. A little drop of Loctite right in the threads. Put that screw into its taper. Screw it on. Just so it's loose. And now what you do is now you can take your pin, put your pin in through, just like this, if it'll go all the way in. So that set screw, this screw is actually a little too tight. I only hand tighted that too, so there we go. So all it is just making sure that that rod is aligned, and I believe it probably is calling for it to be free, is my guess. So just like that. So see how that's just installed like that? You want to do the same thing to the other side. Now what I want to do is I want to take those tiny little set screws that we got here. And even though they're not, I don't think they're really telling me to do that yet. Yeah, they're really not saying to do that. But I'm going to take one set screw for now. And I'm going to install it on the outer shaft just to keep that rod in place so that when I do tighten things down, that I know it'll be aligned or stay aligned. So obviously now when I'm flipping and flopping this around, the shaft isn't going to come flying out. So we'll get our shorter one first. Little drip of thread. Feed that screw through. Install that on there. Same thing. Little dab of thread locker. Locker. Little dab of thread locker. And then install that one. Grab our shaft. Make sure it's facing the right way. Just like that. I'm going to take my set screw, like I said, and I'm just going to install it in that taller standoff. Oops. If I can find the hole. Just torqued, not cranked. That way you can flop it around and nothing's going to fall out. Now we can go ahead and torque it. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Torque this one down. Torque this one if I can get the Allen wrench in the thing there. Torque. Torque. Crank it. Cranked. Now, the only thing that may happen is because obviously we did torque that down, there may be the very slightest amount of binding, but I think it's inconsequential. But we'll see right now. Hopefully that was a word. Inconsequential. So there is a very slight amount of binding. They are lined up. So that's the only issue. So let's see. Yeah, there's a very slight amount of binding. And that's only because we torqued it down. So we'll be able to pull that out now. If I can grab it. Oh, man. You want to talk about slight. It's a little bit more than slight. Did I take this one out? Yeah, I did. All right. So let's see if I can get this pin out. Because it's such a very tight tolerance, torquing obviously those down is making it so it just put the slightest amount of tweak on those right there. So we will be able to get it out. I'm just going to wrangle it a little bit. I'm going to try to wrangle it a little bit. There we go. That pin. That pin is out. What did I not tighten that one? So I just found that I didn't tighten that other one by accident. I don't know how I missed that. So somehow I missed tightening this one down. Yeah, now it's tight. Damn, that is in there. That is in there tight. Alrighty. Maybe if I should loosen that up so I can actually get the piece out. Holy crap, it almost seems like the screw from the bottom side torqued it. I think it almost did. So I think the screw actually comes through and actually torqued that. That's actually what it seems like. So, yeah, there you go. Whatever. Kaiju, what's Kaiju? RC Guy, thanks for the awesome content about to pull the trigger on getting a Kaiju. Nice, dude. You're going to like it. You're definitely going to like it. Yeah, you know what's funny is, does this RC right here look familiar then? If the last time you did RC from the 80s, brother, check this out right here. Kyosho Tomahawk. Yeah, isn't that nice what my daughter made me here? She made me nice mac and cheese with a grilled cheese sandwich. Look at that, huh? Definitely kind of a funky design. Now that we installed that stuff, looks like now they're telling us to go ahead to go to step 14 and just install the dog bones along with, and I'm not going to grease them because they're actually asking me to grease them right now, but I'm not going to grease them. Well, you know what? Maybe I should. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do it. So these are the little micro dog bones they gave you. And they want these ends greased with that grease, which, what the heck did I do with it? This stuff right here. So I'm just going to grease the end, I guess, like this. We'll install it into one end. Grease the other dog bone. Install it into the other end, just like that. That's what they're asking for. They're asking for grease. And then get this stuff out of here. Now we're going to do one side, then we'll do the other. So then they're telling you to grease this. Install that into there. And then line up your little arm. Take one of your nice pins. Drive that pin through. Oops. Make sure the dog bone doesn't flop out when you're not paying attention. Which way did that come out? Ah. Try it again. If at first you don't exceed, 9th time's the charm. Put that in there, that in there. Throw that through. Stick it through the other hole, which is right there. And it seems like you've got to almost like tap. Almost seems like you got to tap it into place. Guessing. It's really close. There we go. Center it up. Cool. Done. Make sure you got plenty of paper towels. Now don't forget to install your set screws. This is when your thread lock will come into play. Do a drop and a drop. And that's why we didn't use thread lock when we first put those in, just as like a little trial. Grab your tiny little set screws here that I can barely see. There we go. Crank it. I tell you, the lighting is terrible. It's almost like I'm almost better off looking at the picture. Boy, this takes forever. Hey, finally. All right, so that one's installed. Feels all right. Go to the other side. Put our grease on the end of the ball for the dog bone. Install that right into there. Grab a pin. Come on. So since we're done with that grease for now, I'm just going to cap it off. So and like end up leaning on it and squirting the grease everywhere. So now the fun part is just threading this other piece through the hole that's right there, which I can barely see. There we go. Give it some taps. It's probably where like a little hammer would come in handy. Come on, get in there. You can kind of see it's close to being there. There we go. Perfect. Or close enough. Good enough. Little drop of thread. Micro set screw here. So what I am noticing, getting these set screws in here with that shock tower, you might want to just wait till after you do all this to go ahead and put those screws in, because this Allen wrench gets right in the way. We'll grab our last set screw here. Doesn't get in the way of the outers, but it definitely gets away. Definitely gets in the way of the inners. So here we go. Rear suspension, ready to rip. I'm sure over time it will probably loosen up a little bit. Almost seems like I'm getting binding, possibly. I'm wondering if I just give this a loosen. Give this a loosen, see what happens. See if I get a little less binding. There we go. That's a lot better. So it was binding just because we were torqued a little bit on that. Yeah, there we go. Much better. So check that out. The old way. This is really coming together nice. I'm definitely starting to like it a little bit more. I'm liking seeing all the metal. That's definitely a bonus, a plus. getting away from, you know, all these plastic kits, you know what I mean? Go ahead and have yourself a nice grilled cheese. All right. So now we're all set here. Basically just installing the dog bones, putting the arms on, throwing our set screws in, and good to go. Now we can go over to step 15, which is installing the rear shocks. Sweet. So, in installing the rear shocks, we need ball ends for the shocks. Where are those? Oh, right here. I didn't even see them. Red ball ends. Slide those on. Oops. So slide those little ends on there. You need 2 nylocks, obviously, to attach the, well, at least not to attach. It obviously slides over to the ball end, but to keep that on the ball end on the threaded screw, obviously you need to capture it with a nylock. So we'll grab our 4 shocks. Obviously want to make sure we grab the 2 longer ones, which fortunately happen to be right there. So now on that piece right there, I want to have, obviously, not that it matters, you could rotate it, but I want to have that Allen key facing me, at least on this one. I don't know if you could probably have it on that one. It'll be the opposite on that side. So you can go ahead and put that on, which that was like nothing. Yeah. Is it the longer or the shorter? Now I'm starting to remember. Or I'm starting to question. What I feel like I'm noticing right away is binding. It's got to be the longer shocks, because that's what you would have. Yeah. Just feels like it's going to bind. Maybe I'm wrong, but does that seem like it's going to bind? Well, you know what? I'm going to throw on the lock nuts. Just see what happens here. Oh man, I cannot see here. There we go. That one. I want that facing out. Not that it matters. We'll throw on this one. Wow. Jeez. Holy smokes. I know I've got it facing the right way. There we go. Now these should just pop on. But it looks like. See what I'm saying? That's kind of like a bad angle. That's a terrible angle. That's horrible. All right. It does snap on, but it's a crazy angle. So, I guess that's just the way it is, right? That's a messed up angle for those. And those are definitely prone to popping off. I think. I don't know. Obviously, it must have worked for a few years. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sold them, right? But for my eyes, that looks like a terrible angle. It's almost as if they should have like angled those down, those ball ends down. All right, so this is all set. Rear suspension's mint. We got our shocks installed. Looks like now no steps are missed here. On to step 16. That's installing the hoop roll bar, which is metal. So it's this piece right here. And they have that facing forward, just like that. So, and that's going to take, I believe, these last two tiny screws right there. So I'm going to go ahead, throw some thread lock in these holes, drop there, drop there. Make sure that that bar is facing forward. I'm going to flip this upside down maybe for now. Goes into those little tapers there. So you got one there. And that one's not fitting. Nice. The screw gets screwed through the hole. Give it a crank. Not too tight. It's just aluminum, but tight enough. How tight is tight enough? I have no idea. Right before it strips out. There we go. Cool. Nice. The thing is actually coming together. This thing looks sweet. Other than that thing being so fake looking, this thing is actually looking pretty mint. We'll get rid of the extra thread lock here on the base. Same thing on that side. Just get rid of the extra. This is, yeah, I'm happy about this kit. Definitely liking it. So obviously step 16, just 2 screws in the roll bar. And then we're off to step 17. And step 17 looks like it's putting together the front suspension arms. Installing the bearings. No, there's no bearings. Installing the axles. What else? Installing the little ball ends for the shocks. That seems pretty easy. Oh, and they're even saying to oil those. Huh. Did they give me oil? Or do I just use shock oil? They gave me this. Oh, they gave me thread lock. Are you kidding me? The kit actually gave me thread lock. I didn't even know. Because it didn't say to open the bag. That was in bag D. All right, well, in bag D, they give you thread lock. All right. That's awesome. Oh, my God. All right, so we got these parts here. It looks like. So they're asking for those parts. They're asking for those little black pieces right there, which are already right there. They want those pieces oiled, which I guess I'll just use the shock oil. And ball ends, same thing, 8mm, but we already know that's not the case. So we've got the parts already right here. So we'll just go ahead and we'll install these right now because we know that these are already 8mm when they're bottomed out. Hey, look at that. Using the Allen wrench makes it a lot faster. Gives you a way to guide it. So, yeah, this one actually is threaded a little different. It'll be all right, though. We can maintain that 8. Thread lock. I'll just get it over with now. A little dab right in there. I did not even notice that they gave me thread lock. Here I go again. I just said using this makes it easier. There we go. Look at that, huh? First shot. Give it a crank. Give that a crank. Thread lock in that hole. That's a riot that they actually gave me thread lock and I didn't know. I saw the bottle, I just thought it was some kind of oil. I didn't inspect it, didn't say open the bag. Look at that, huh? First shot. Wind is whipping. Give that a crank. 5.5. Mint. Now that we got those ball ends on there, like they want, yeah, it's 8. Close enough. Now we need the larger, which are the only 2 left, nylocks. We need the larger 2 nylocks. And then just make sure we put it on the outside. Are they keyed? They're not keyed. It must have a stop. All right, so we'll do what they said. Put a little bit of oil on there. Just like that. Just like that. Get our nylock.
wrench. I guess we'll just crank it till it stops. Yeah, there we go. So maybe not crank it till it stops. Perfect. A little drop of oil. Can't tell if there's any oil getting on there. There we go. Crank it till it stops and then back it off so it moves. So crank it until it stops and just back it off a little tweak so it moves free. I think it's supposed to move free. I don't even know. We're gonna go with it moves free for now. All right, shock oil. Let's see here. So now they're talking about open bag D. Yeah, there we go. So I was right. That is supposed to move free. I should probably actually read instructions. It's one of my downfalls. I just don't read. So I assume that you tighten it and then you back it off, and that's exactly what happened. So, story of my life. So I think I actually want to maybe just tweak that just a touch more. And that's definitely more freer now. Cool. Good. Now, we're left with these parts, which I have no idea what these are, unless I missed a step somewhere. So now it looks like we're working on the steering knuckles with the, obviously the axle with the steering knuckle for the front. And screwing in a couple of ball ends. So, where are those ball ends? Oh, bag D. See right there? Open bag D. Bag D is already open. Bag D is where you had your thread lock. Seems kind of foolish. So, got some parts there, which those look like the steering pieces. And then 2 bags, I think, of screws, it looks like. Bag of nuts, bag of screws. Get our Ginsu. Dump it out. And then kind of almost looks like they're doing like it's divided. I'm not sure why it's divided other than there literally is a left and okay, so there is a left and right, and it is particular. You can see the way it's designed. So, all right. They're not really showing, well, maybe they are showing it right there. Kind of looks different than the, oh, because that's not the pieces. So those aren't the pieces. These are the pieces. There we go. That's more like it. Now that looks more like the picture. That makes sense. But we still needed these ball ends anyway from bag D. So it looks like we're going to need 4 of those. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Count along with me. And we're going to open up this bag of nuts. Because we're going to eat some nuts out of there. So I need, are they nylocks? Nope, they're regular. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Take a bite of sandwich. All right. So obviously there is a left and a right. This one is a left, and this one is a right. Are there left and rights of these? Yes, there are. So this one is obviously there, and this one goes to, no. That one goes to there. So obviously the way they're showing it is they're showing it like this, I think. But the heck? Okay. So that's obviously oiled. That's why it's black. So they want this piece oiled as well. So we'll oil that. We'll install it with that piece facing up, I think, right? Like that. That's how they want it, like that. So obviously a ball end gets screwed onto there. And they're talking that 7.5 and 8.5. So 7.5 on the inboard, which pretty much looks like it's all the way down. And I think I'm just actually just going to go with that. I'm just going to go, yeah, sure. Sounds about right. Put a little drop of thread lock right there. Screw that in there. I thought I learned. Oh, there we go. So that's interesting how they're relying on the nut to retain that axle piece. This is definitely some interesting stuff here. So this one they're actually asking for 8.5. So these ones are threaded all the way to the base. So we'll do that thing where I think I said like what, two threads or something like that. 2 threads in, and they want the ball end installed on the standoff, obviously. So we'll screw that down like that, and then what I'll do is I'll take that up, and I'll take the, what is it, a 5, and I'll crank the nut down, and that should, I'm thinking, give me my 8.5 or something around there. I mean, I don't think we're like need to get too like particular here. There we go. So there we go. Funky. And then on this side, same thing. They got it faced this way. They got this piece up. Throw a little coat of oil in there. Preferably not too much like I just did. Put that end facing up. Get one of these ball ends prepped. Man. Tiny stuff here. Now this is the one that's sunk all the way down. Put a little drop of thread lock right in that hole. Ah! Hey, look at that. Found it. See, normally I wouldn't be hanging over the table like this, but obviously, you know, being on camera, you have to make it so that people, you know, you guys can see like what's going on if anybody's even watching this. So we'll just crank this one all the way down, just like that, and I'll give it a little tweak with the 5. Perfect. Put a little thread lock in there. And this is the one that's the 8.5. So we'll just install it in there till it bottoms out. And I'll just give it a turn. And then clamp that lock nut down. So we're bottomed out. Just give it a turn. Now just take that nut and tighten the nut down, which will expose our threads to hopefully give us that like 8.5-ish. Somewhere around there. Perfect. Done. All right, so pretty sure we're good for there. So step 17's done. We opened bag D. We did both left and right of the front A-arms and hubs, I guess you want to call it, your steering knuckles with the axle kind of, you know, deal. And then get the ball ends on there. Now step 19 is going to this right here, which there actually is a left and a right. It looks like they actually say that it's printed on it. There is no lock nut going down on there. So those ball ends are just being threaded like basically right down to the bottom. And that's these 1, 2 ball ends right there. And then wherever those pieces went, where'd those pieces go? These. So inside this bag has the both left and the right. Ooh, cutting right through. So it looks like we got some kind of shims. This is the right side. Some kind of standoff looking thing. Couple more little shock ball ends. So right off, they just said thread lock right in these holes. Install these right in there, bottom them out. Just like that. open up that other side because that's what has the other side in it. So, come on. Afraid of cutting myself with this damn knife. There we go. And a couple other parts, I have no idea. Yes, sir, guy. Dude, how many hours has it been? Dude, guy. It's a live build, man. It's gonna take days, guy. The live stream crapped out once already. All right. That's cranked down, so that's all set. So that's a left. I don't think it's printed. Oh, it is printed left. So it is printed left. So we did that. It's just basically just Loctiting those balls inside of the caster locks. Ah, that's what those pieces are for. Those are tools for threading the rod ends. Yeah. All right. Well, you know what? How long has this been going for? Because I feel like this has been the forever live. Metz is kind of bringing it to my attention. It's like, dude, get off live, will you? Let other people have live. Wow, 4.5 hours? Holy crap. All right. I think I'm just going to end it right here. I need to give myself a break here. So that was the extent of today's live. We did, obviously, we worked on the Tomahawk. We got it to pretty much, we made it to step 19. So this is actually where we're going to leave off for now. We'll leave it off on step 19. And then we still have a couple more steps to go. I think we did about, maybe we did less than half. I don't know. No, we did about half. There's really not much left. So we're going to leave it right here. Definitely a crazy, like, weird live stream for me to do. Building a kit. Oh, looks like there's a puddle out back for the kaiju to go through. Too bad I don't have any paddle tires anymore. But I wanted to get this Tomahawk going because it's just kind of been sitting on my bench for a while, and I figured, you know, I'm going to do these morning COVID and coffee check-ins, and I figured this was a good way to, I guess, get it kind of going, get it started, kind of try to be that consistent, you know. We started at 10 o'clock today. We may start earlier tomorrow. I don't really have a time when these COVID and coffees are going to start. But every day the intention is to, in the morning, at least on my time, to do a morning check-in. And like I said, since YouTube actually approved my titling, I'm just going to go with it. COVID and coffee, morning check-in. So this was actually episode number 3. The last one was obviously episode number 2, and episode number 1 was never actually labeled. I don't think it was labeled COVID and coffee on the actual title. So number 2 is the one I think they gave me a hard time with. I don't remember. But we still have some more stuff to do. So if you like this series, this is just building the Kyosho Tomahawk. It was a kit. It's a classic kit from, I think, the mid-'80s. This is obviously a repop kit. We only found one issue so far, which was very minor, but if you were building this kit and you potentially didn't have a countersink tool, well, then you might be out. But then again, maybe you wouldn't be out because always adding tools to your arsenal of tools is literally always a good thing. That's probably how I've ended up with probably, I want to say, 1/3 of my tools is just for the plain fact you need something, and I'm not a borrower, so you just go out and buy it. And yeah, sometimes tools are a one-use thing, but guess what? You'll always have it
If you know a buddy of yours that needs to borrow it, hey, I've got that tool. Here you go. So yeah, just that one center hole right there. We just had to countersink that. I am very much liking this kit now. The way this thing is coming together, it just has that nice nice solid feel. So this is pretty cool. This is probably going to want to make me electrify this thing sooner than later. And I'm pretty sure I still have those donor parts. I don't think I put them in anything. I'm pretty sure I was saving it for this. I just now have to find out where I put those parts. So, yeah. So anyways, like I said, you like episodes like this from RC Guy Garage. Everybody out there, thank you for coming to the live stream. If you're not a subscriber, go ahead and hit that subscribe. Go ahead, by all means, hit the bell notification. That way you know at least when part 2 of this or part 10 comes up of this build. At least you'll know, because obviously we do have to still paint the body. That's probably going to be something totally separate because I want to do something different as far as painting this body. I want a retro heavy metal flake. Probably the metal flake that is of a different color. So not just like chrome chips. I want it to be potentially different color metal. I don't even know if they've got that paint. It might not even be something that's available. I don't even know. But I've got something in mind. It's basically those old Corvettes that were that real just heavy metal flake paint job. I think for this, because it's a, mid-'80s car, that probably fits like right in, even though I think that Corvette Summer was like 70s, but whatever, close enough. It works for me. It's just retro, you know what I'm saying? I could go with the regular, red and white, but nah, I want to be different. So yeah, I don't know. Thanks for coming to the live stream. Had a bunch of people on here. It says there's 13 people in chat right now. Thank you guys for coming. If you haven't given it a thumbs up, go ahead and give it a thumbs up. If you want to share this series, go right ahead and share the series. It's all appreciated. And I'm just going to end this live stream right now. Because of this COVID stuff, just do what you're supposed to. Don't go against the grain. I'm usually a go against the grain guy, but yeah, not on this. So that's it. We'll see ya. Thanks for coming.